You're too sarcastic to write a sentence like that without tone tags. Yeah, I feel that. That's a mood. If it is actually like 18 degrees over there, though, that's kind of dope. We're getting like a shitload of rain over here, too, but it's still like 28 ish. Hold on, let me actually fact check myself there real quick. Hold on. Please hold. Oh, no, okay. No, it's only like 25. 25 degrees here. But we're like finally getting a shitload of rain, which is about like 2 days too late because I was stuck outside on Saturday and am now very, very sunburnt. You guys had nothing over 25 for 3 days? You lucky bastards. It was 34 degrees on Saturday, and it was like 31 or something on Sunday. Absolutely miserable. Got sunburned through your window. Oh my god. That's impressive. No, I was stuck outside for like 6 hours in the sun on Saturday. I was helping a buddy of mine with a show. And like by the end of it, we were both like just zombies. And we were like, oh, this isn't gonna be good. No, I hadn't spent that much time outside this summer. Outside of like maybe like at most like a couple of hours helping with somebody's lawn once, but like not a whole lot. So like I had forgotten what it was like to get heat exhaustion. So I was like, yeah, it's just been a long day and I was tired. Just gonna go take a take a nap somewhere, get some water in me. It'll be fine. I get home a couple hours later because it was like a 2 hour drive to get to where the show was. I get back. The first thing out of my roommate's mouth was, "What the fuck happened to you?" And I look over and there's like a little mirror um beside our shoe nook or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I am like literally glowing red. It was great. It was an experience. And then like surprisingly yesterday it didn't hurt that much, but now today I'm feeling it. Today I'm really feeling it. I mean, to me and your dad at the same time is a struggle. Yeah, I bet. Why don't you prioritize your dad first? You can always come back and talk to me when you're done running your errands. I promise I will not be going anywhere. Actually, that's a lie. I might be going somewhere. I do need to keep an ear out for a package we're supposed to be getting today. And also, the power keeps threatening to flicker, so I might lose power, in which case I might actually go away. You're louder than him. Well, turn me down. Oh my god. You're on your phone, aren't you? You have that ability. You can do that. Nah. Okay, then. But yeah, no, it has been a long, long time since I've had to deal with a sunburn. Because usually, like, whenever I'm out, I'm in like lots of layers when I'm working. But like, I was just kind of out as like a pseudo spectator or whatever. So I was dressed real light, and I had like a wide neck shirt on. So like, you can just see like the fucking like cleavage sunburn. It's amazing. It's so good. It's incredible. I recommend this to everyone. Which it didn't help that I was wearing my jewelry on Saturday too, so like I didn't even like realize what was going on until I like went to bed that night. I go and like lay down, and I feel the chain move across the sunburn. It's like, oh no, no, that's not good. Forget you run on ADHD and can multitask. I mean, sure, we'll go with that. You do whatever it is you want to do. Wearing ducky print pants and Umbreon hat. Oh hell yeah! Got that tism drip. Yeah, I wasn't wearing nearly anything that cool. I had like a nice light cotton button up that I didn't button up, and then like an old wife beater shirt underneath it. So I was like walking around like one of those weird uncles. It was great. I was rocking the fit. Also in connection, so also in store, so connection might fail. Yeah, no worries. Also, apparently I've like lost my ability to read, which is fun. Really appreciate that. That's great. Love that so much. Go outside, so yeah, fair enough. You could never read. Hey, I was getting a little bit better last week. I think it was all the practice. I didn't have a whole lot of time to like sit down and read over the weekend though, so I think my eyes are rusty. I'm already starting to forget the my training to overcome dyslexia. But we were getting there. Speaking of which, I kind of want to do the Wordle and stuff today. I kind of missed not doing that over the weekend and on Friday. So while you're struggling over there, I might go and do that. That might be a fun little warm up for my brain, see if I can actually like wake up today. I was actually up like super early for me. I was up at like 7 o'clock. No struggles? Okay. Internet weirdly stable. Oh, cool. We get lucky today. Isn't that nice? Watched you be on Clip Studio for the last hour? Yeah, that was me trying to figure out what the fuck I wanted to do today. My brain is not working. I think I might have fried something a little bit. Just like a tiny bit. So I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna be drawing today, and it probably will not be very good. We're drawing all day and yesterday. Yeah, no, I saw the stuff that you sent me on Discord earlier and the day before. Yeah, no, you're getting into like way more hours than I am now. I'm a little jealous. I've just had like my sketch pad beside me on the desk for when I have like the occasional like blip in my brain where I'm like, oh yeah, no, I could draw for like a little bit. We can do that. I could be okay. And I'll draw for like 10, maybe 20 minutes, and then like my brain will just fail. And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess we're done. I guess we're done for now. And was getting sad again, so you paused and went to make an OC instead. Yeah, that's what you sent me was your OC. Oh, okay, cool. Cool, cool. No, I need to start doing stuff like that, I think that's like a good coping mechanism. I've also been seeing a lot online lately. People have been doing this thing called art fight. I think that's what it's called. I keep seeing people like retweet stuff over that. That looks kind of interesting. I'm old and also not that terminally online, so I don't know what the deal is with that. I don't know if it's like kind of like what Inktober was back in the day, or like what the deal is with that. But it looks neat. Art fight is every year. Yeah, no, like that's kind of what I've been piecing together. It is like an annual thing that people do. I need to go and like look up the rules for that because that might be kind of fun. Probably not this year because like things are already like well underway by the looks of it. But I don't know. Maybe it'll be something to keep in mind for next time. You'll explain our fight when you're home? Okay, cool. I will not Google it then. Go. While we're waiting for that explanation, let's see what we can get out of today's Wordle. Actually, hold on. This has been my like new favorite thing to check. Is like going down here. I don't want to sign in. Go away. And just like checking the difficulty because like I did one on. Did I do Fridays? I don't remember. I did it off stream. I did it off stream, and I was like, oh yeah, no, like this one wasn't bad. I got it in like 4 tries, I think, and I looked on it, and it was like a difficulty like 6. I was like, oh damn, I'm a smart cookie. Which is not the case. I just got like really lucky with it. But it was one of those things that was like, oh man, like this is considered challenging. Like the difficulty makes 0 sense. Like today's is supposed to be moderately challenging. We'll see if I even get it. But just like seeing the disconnect between like what they say difficulty means and what it actually is. I mean, like, I don't know. You're popular on Reddit right now? Oh, damn. Okay. I'm definitely gonna get that story later. All right. What we got? Ends in T has an L. Look on the Red versus Blue subreddit. I don't know if I want to do that. Is it just red versus blue? There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay, just a lot of people asking about like head cannon, donut. Oh my god, there are so many ads on Reddit now. This is insane. It's like every other image is an ad. That is AIDS. And now the internet fails, of course. Oh, hey, there you are. Here, I'll give you an upvote. I see your I see your ancient Duckington. Damn, you got like 300 some odd upvotes. That's nice. Good job. I don't know if that's a lot for this subreddit, but it's more than I've gotten. Look in the comments. Yeah, I'm going through the comments. I see your little thing over here that you're working on. That's very cute. Was that because of this guy's comment, or were you already doing that? I feel like you were already doing that. And it was just like an incidental, oh yeah, like, hey, by the way. Nope, they commented, and in less than 30 minutes you had it done. That's crazy. That is absolutely nuts, dude. It's very fun, though. I like that. I also like how, like, all of the other comments are just people, like, just parroting, like, duck puns in Washington's name. That's very funny. I was hoping for, like, a little bit more substance, but, I guess it's Reddit, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Okay, we have an S and an L. Mm-hmm. You remember you had resin ducks and was like, yes. I mean, that was kind of perfect. Agent Washing Tub is actually in the show. Caboose calls him that. Yeah, I'm putting that together from like reading the comments here. Still, very funny though. Big fan. I'll see if you check in the profile and see I did one. You drew one of the comments too. Oh, did you? Oh, there it is. Yeah, no, Catalina. There it is. Nice. Why was that the word? What the fuck? Stilt? Really? That's what we're going with here? That one wasn't even that satisfying, honestly. Hold on. I think I need to bounce for a second. I think I hear somebody at the door. Hold on. BRB. Oh my god. Okay. Put it on headphones is pain. Ow. I'm dropping things. Hold on. Alright, anyway, I'm back. You've just been drawing so much red versus blue. Yeah, no, I see that. Considering the stuff that you've been sending me, on top of the stuff that I just saw here, you've been busy. Here, let's do one of these. The most fun slash relaxing and the scariest slash most stressful game I've ever played. The fuck does that mean? Fun and relaxing, yet scariest, most stressful. I have no idea. I guess it has to be on Steam. Minecraft isn't on Steam, so it can't be that. Well, I mean, like, fuck it. Let's go with Minecraft Dungeons or whatever. Let's see. No? Okay. What else? Never leave your life pod. Ever. It's too dangerous. I've heard so I can't take any risks. Okay, so we have a life pod. What is that? It's not Subnautica, is it? Oh, hey. Look at that. Yeah, Subnautica mentioned. Hell yeah. Also, behold this. You're working on a fully rendered drawing right now of it. Oh. What are we working on a fully rendered drawing of? Highly recommended, especially for people with deep sea phobia. For playing at night, above all, at the beginning of the game, you should go to the front of the Aurora. There's a lot of useful stuff. Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of lame. Red versus blue. Also, scars suck to render. Yes, this is true. That's why when I was working on the thing yesterday, I was literally just like, okay, you get a different color and that's it. We're not doing like scar tissue. We'll be here all day. It's like, these scars are weird, right? Because you've got like, you can have like a base layer and you want like a little bit of the other of like your normal skin color, I guess. Like stretch it over depending on like how bad the wound is. And then you also want to do like basically like white highlights. It's a lot. It looks weird. You can usually get away with just like a texture on it. Just get like some rough stuff going. But I'm lazy, so I don't usually do any of that. Also, front of the Aurora has like 5 Reapers. Oh, okay. Well, that's fun. Okay, no, never mind. It was an actual good piece of advice then. I can appreciate that. Anything to traumatize new players, right? You can draw scars, but rendering without lines, hate it. Yeah. I mean, getting like practice with like the whole like painterly style is a very different skill. It feels like from like regular, like just like draw a thing and then paint it in. It's a very different like set of skills because then you have to like start thinking about like 3D forms and light and how the light bounces off things and what the colors are doing and all this other stuff, like without even like really any guidelines to work through. It's kind of a pain. I wish I was better at it. Yeah. Yeah, no, like I know you know how it works, but like it's still a pain in the ass. Because like, you gotta keep so many things in mind while you're working on it. It's a lot. It's a lot, a lot. Ahoy, Luke Talks. How are we doing today? Finished your first attack for art fight this year? Very nice. I was just asking about that, because I am not very familiar with art fight. Gotta walk the dog and start on your second. Also finished designing a character, so there's that. Okay, you were real busy. Dang. Everyone's being productive today. And here I am just kind of whining that I got a sunburn over the weekend and don't feel like working. You haven't drawn anything like this for a while, so part of it is probably also just you thinking it looks weird. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, too, is like a lot of drawing I find ends up being like just kind of trusting the process. Because like once you know how to do things, you like kind of know how it works and you kind of expect it to look bad at certain points along the process, but you know that like it's fine, it's not a big deal. But like after a while away, or like if you're trying something new or whatever, it just looks bad for like most of the process, and you're like, what am I doing wrong? Why are things like this? Oh, hi, Energy. How are we doing? But yeah, now like that's the one thing. Like, hold on. Okay. My cell phone provider is telling me how to call 911. I hope this is not foreshadowing. Anyway, I completely forgot what I was talking about. Something, something, something. Art is hard. Right, so Art Fight is a PvP Art OC event, basically. PvP Art OC event. Okay. People make OCs and a little about me, and then a theme gets chosen, and you pick a site, and then attack the others with art of their OCs. Okay, interesting. You have a long trip to Berlin ahead, so entertain, streamer. Yes, ma'am. Whatever you say, ma'am. Right now we're learning things. I'm fitting knowledge into my brain. You can revenge and all that. Artfight is a website, so you can look at it. Never joined Artfight, but you like watching them? Interesting. Okay. Hold on. Let me just Google Artfight. It's gonna be safe for work, right? There's not gonna be any like weird shit on here, right? And that was like OCs and stuff, but okay. So we have fossils versus crystals. I guess these are like teams. It's safe for work. If it ain't, it's gonna be filtered. Okay, good. All right. If I'm getting banned on Twitch, it's gonna be because I draw titties, not because somebody else draws them. All right. That's how we're going out. We're not going out on somebody else's fan art. So I just want to make sure. Okay. Welcome to Art Fight, the annual gifting game, starting on July 1st. Banned because of you, probably. I mean, at this point, it's about a 50-50 chance. One of us is going to do something. Also, on a slightly unrelated note, I am getting so many, like, automatic copyright flags on all the VODs because of your TikTok videos that you keep sending me. Which has turned into like a whole thing because now it takes like an hour for me to upload a video onto YouTube because I have to go in manually go in and like, okay, yeah, this bit's getting flagged. They'll go mute that. And then like it has to like re-upload, so I have to wait. And it's like, oh, okay, well this other one here is also flagged. Like it doesn't let me just like mute the whole like all the flags at once. At least if there is, I haven't found that option yet. But it's been an experience. You like edits? Yes, I know you like your edits. But apparently Portugal does not like Coldplay, so therefore YouTube does not like your edits. You're not getting money from it anyway. I mean, yeah, that's true, but also I like having my VODs up. Just because I don't want Twitch removing them again on me. Like when I decide to take like a 6-year break or whatever and then come back and then all my stuff is gone. I want to keep records of stuff, man. And I don't want anybody getting upset and getting my videos flagged or whatever, so I have to go in and manually take care of it. Which honestly is like such a nothing burger that I don't really think I have anything to complain about, but I'm going to complain about it anyway. Also, the fact that in your YouTube shorts, the clip that did the best is the one that you picked, that is true. No, that is 100% true. No, the little rant about Ford pickup trucks did like crazy numbers for like the first hour. Like crazy numbers for me. Granted, it's got like 1,000 views or whatever. Okay, listen, your proposition is that I play and voice over some crazy visual novels for us. That could be fun. That could be kind of fun. My voice would absolutely die by the end of that, but that could be good. It's better at this stuff. I mean, that's true. You are definitely a lot better than the whole internet stuff than I am. Like 100%. But I'm learning. I'm picking up some stuff here and there every now and again. Like my brain is growing wrinkles. It's just a slow process because I'm old. You don't learn things quite as quick. You really want to hear it? I'll even clip it and make you famous. Oh my god. I will take it under consideration. Anyway, I missed like a bunch of messages earlier while I was trying to figure out what Art Fight is. Yeah, those are the teams. Themes this year. Okay, so there's theme-based teams. Okay. I mean, I guess there's like actual things for old fogies like me. Okay, what is this? What is Art Fight? Art Fight is an annual art game that lasts for 1 month, beginning every July. During the event, users can register on the site to join in. Each year, participants are split into 2 themed teams, to which they are assigned randomly. Okay, so you don't have like a choice. You just get like thrown into a group. Okay. No, I don't hate that. Players attack people of the opposing team by making art of original characters you choose belonging to the members of the other team. You are free to use almost any visual art form. Okay, there's rules for that, I assume. Okay. Your team receives points based off what you create for the other team with each attack. Okay, what does that mean? The artist that receives the attack can then counter that attack by drawing the character belonging to the person who attacked them, or pay it forward by attacking a different person on the other team. Okay, interesting. At the end of the month, the team with the greater score wins, right? But remember, while there are points, the real goal is to celebrate creativity and your fellow artists, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Okay, so attacks are synonymous with art. Why are they making the font so small? I have to like lean in. I have to like squint my eyes. An attack is an artwork created for someone on Art Fight. Okay. Those terms confuse me. Just replace attacks with art. Yeah. Defense is the person's profile. Wait, hold on. Defenses on people's profiles are attacks that the person received. Extra points can be gained by voting on people's attacks anonymously, which means that the more effort you put into your attacks, the more likely you'll earn more points. Interesting. Okay. So there's like a pseudo like voting round whenever you do an attack. Some people do very creative attacks. You've seen cosplay attacks, VTuber models, IRL patches, printed CDs with songs burned into the CD, and more. Okay, damn. Okay, people get really creative. Some horror stories like Soma. I still haven't heard you scream your heart out. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Intercy. I'm not really like a screamer. Artfight is really cool, TBH. It sounds really cool. Like, if I was like terminally online in like high school or whatever, I would be all over this. This would be like a lot of fun. Like, I'm curious how like the attacks work exactly. Like, what do you do? Okay, there's an attack guide. Okay, perfect. Attack rating guide, a descriptive and visual guide for how to rate your attacks. The attack rating is used to calculate points. Our system has been point balanced. Our system has been point balanced so that artworks that take longer to make receive more points. Okay, that makes sense. You know, I have the motivation for it, and I know I couldn't keep up with it, but it's fun. Yeah, I mean, that's neat. I'm glad that it's like team based, so like you're not just kind of like on your own doing stuff. Like there's a little bit more structure there. Like that's kind of neat. Okay, let's see. The size rating refers to how much of a character is visible in the attack. Okay. This rating is applied for each character in your art attack. Okay, so you can do like an attack that has multiple characters in it. That's interesting. I wonder how that works. Also like free OCR. Oh yeah, no, like I can totally imagine people go crazy over this stuff. You just like by happenstance get like a crazy good artist to draw your OCs. Hell yeah. A lot of people do mass attacks with animation memes. Oh, that would be fun. That'd be fun to see. There's probably some really good ones of that. And it's category for 2D drawings, paintings, digitally or traditionally, 3D model, yep, and then crafts, and also animation. All right, polish. When artists go above and beyond to attack with such a ferocity that it is deserving of higher rating, they are encouraged to select this option. Polish should include extraordinary effort, work, or time be seen through the piece. Frequent misuse of the polish button is discouraged. Yeah, see, that's a bit of a hairy one. I can imagine a lot of people are like, "Oh no, I put like my heart and soul into this, and it took like an hour or whatever." And it might be good, but like one of those things is like, "Oh yeah, no, like it totally did all this for like every piece." That's kind of a weird one. I feel like they should get rid of that. I don't know. Like you shouldn't be able to flag your shit as polished. That should be like a community thing. Now, our fight is pretty well behaved for the majority, actually. Oh, really? Okay. I mean, I guess it is just like all community driven stuff. So like if the people doing it misbehave, then that kind of defeats the point, right? You also get banned if you break rules. Okay. All right, no worries then. Like so long as they actually have like an actual enforced system. What do we have here? All sorts of rules. I'm not reading all this. This is a lot of words. Filters guide? Oh, okay. So you've got like tags for all the excessive stuff. Okay. I see. Frequently asked questions. Oh yeah, here. Tell me the lore. When did Art Fight start? Or when does Art Fight start? No, never mind. That's just telling me that it starts on July 1st. One season during the month of July. Yeah, you can join a team, get to drawing for other folks. Every other month, when the event has ended, is our off season, meaning the event is not active and you cannot join any team or gain points. Right. Making attacks before the event has officially started is against our rules and can result in a permanent ban from all events. Okay, damn. Okay, so you can't get a backlog going. You can't game the system. Art has been around for a while, as far as you know. Like, oh, 2007. Oh, it's been around for like a while. Interesting. Art Fight started first in 2007. Interesting. I'm surprised I've never heard of this before. Can anyone join? Anyone over the age of 13 years old can join at any time. You can still participate in the event that is currently active. Also, you can upload and edit characters all year round. We welcome everyone with all skill levels and art types. Neat. Art Fight lasts 1 month. Yeah, it's different colors and stuff. That's fine. That's whatever. We don't care about those. Use the themes of my attacks, upload characters. The themes are just for fun and are more easily tell apart the teams. You are not required to use themes in your attacks or uploaded characters. It is completely up to you. Okay. So the team names are more just like vibes. You don't actually have to like incorporate that. That's good. I feel like some people would get like a little butthurt if they had to have like their OCs look like fossils or whatever. You hear about it every year, but you just observe. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't know if I would have the energy to do a lot of this. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about switching teams. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Okay, yeah, this is just like a bunch of stuff in here. Okay, this is more thorough than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. There is a lot going on here. I mean, I guess if it's been going on since 2007, they've had like a lot of time to work out their shit. Okay, so after being away from the drawing for a bit, the scars are not nearly as bad as your brain made you think. Yeah. That's also another thing, is sometimes you just have to like walk away from a piece for a bit. There is a lot of players in Art Fight. Yeah, I bet there is. Like I was saying, like teenage me, like terminally online would see that shit and be like all over that. Also, would I like to hear about the OC that you sent? Yeah, absolutely. Tell me what you got. I am all ears. Gave him even more trauma than half the original cast. Totally not hypocritical, doing the thing that I made him to avoid canon depression. See, you're just like moving the depression away. You're just reallocating it. It's fine. Wait, what are we drawing today? I have no idea. I'm just kind of noodling. You missed my rant earlier, but basically, I'm just tired and lazy today. So we're just noodling. I have no grand ambitions for today. I just want to scribble for a bit and chit chat. Whatever ends up happening happens. If you made the depression, it's less depressing. Sure, let's go with that. You like the cute elf girl idea? That's kind of where things are going. I've been drawing a lot of World of Warcraft stuff in my off time. So I've got elves on the brain, mostly because I'm trying to like avoid resubscribing to that game and then never achieving anything in my life ever again. Anyways, he's from the Project Freelancer era, like where Washington Similar come from. Oh, okay. Yep. The Freelancer, there are a total of 50 all named. They're all after US states. Yep. Yep. I think I knew that. Him and three others that you're too lazy to actually make, but they do exist in lore. We're also freelancers, but we're made a separate team after the first 50 states were already established. Oh, okay. Want to try making a piece that is similar to League splash arts this week? Huge challenge? Yeah. You should, though. League splash art is like the best part of League. So, like, if you can get that shit down, that would be pretty dope. Like, once upon a time, I tried to make League splash art for back in college. A buddy of mine was like super into League, so he was like, "Yeah, no, I want to like try making like my own character designs and stuff like that for League of Legends." And I was like, "Yeah, no, that's cool. I'll help you with that." We did like a little bit of character design work. I don't know where I have that. Do I still have that somewhere? Hold on. Let me show you some like old shitty art for a bit. Hold on. Hold on. Be in here? Yeah, champion design. Okay, these four are named after fictional places and are an experimental team. His name being Agent Olympius. Hell yeah. Yeah, okay, so you're going for like a mythological kind of bent on it. Okay. That's pretty cool. All right. So we did three characters. I'll show you this one first because there's not a whole lot of art, and also this looks like just some furry shit. But the way that we did it is like this guy was supposed to be like a yordle, but he was supposed to be like a stone artificer or something. I forget the exact lore that we were going with this guy, but they were just like, yeah, I just want like a Sonic the Hedgehog or like Crash Bandicoot kind of style, but we want him to be like a craftsman of some sort. So we were like messing around with that. It did not go anywhere. We dropped this idea like pretty quick. But I like some of the stuff. Like I like the one up at the top here with like the giant mustache and like the old guy on the other side at the top there. It's like the old man like anime beard. You actually haven't chosen all the names yet. The other name you picked was Agent Atlantis. Oh, okay. I mean, you could stick with the Greek, with like the Greek mythology theme. There's plenty of places. It was because you considered that name before Olympus. Ah, I see. Okay. I mean, you got plenty of stuff to choose from. And if you only have like four members, then like you've got some wiggle room. Ain't gods are real in Red versus Blue. Oh, are they? Oh shit. Tucker killed a Cyclops. Oh shit. Tucker's basically just Odysseus, but cooler because he actually finished the job. Being chased by gods across time at the moment in season 16. Oh god. They really are doing the Odyssey. Oh shit. Shit, maybe I should watch Red versus Blue. It's actually just like more Odysseus content. He punched him in the singular ball and he just died and then his wife came. What the fuck? And then Tucker and Griff's sister ran. Okay. So they're deviating slightly. Wash is trying to kill himself, so you haven't kept watching. Okay, I see. That's why you're taking a break. I gotcha. Oh, these are just like clip bits. I don't remember what most of these are. Let's learn together, I guess. Oh, okay, this one. This one was just more like a vibes thing. I've got this on my banner right now because I have like a JPEG of it somewhere. I was just like, I need something like abstract. But this one was cool. I like the lines that I did in it. It's like really fuzzy looking. You get like almost like a little bit of motion blur. And Griff is running around with some Navi looking motherfucker. And the thing is somehow more annoying than Navi. That's impressive. What else is there here? Oh yeah, here we go. Wait, hold on. Yeah. There we go. I did this on stream years ago, so unfortunately there's no footage left. But as you can see, there is a long legacy of me putting random plushies on things. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. This one is mostly just like custom brushes in like the background and stuff. But we had a lot of fun with it. But no, like basically the design for this guy was basically we just wanted to have like a four-armed, like vaguely insectoid looking guy. I can't remember where he was supposed to be from. He might have been from like Shirima or something. I don't quite remember now. It's been far, far too long. On Discord? Oh no. Oh, oh, God. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I tried to click and then it like selected all of my layers in Streamlabs. What do we got here? Okay, that's the knobby looking guy, I assume. This is neat. This is pretty cool. I don't know what this is, but it looks nice. This may be the ugliest Cyclops I have ever seen. Name is Huggins. Oh, is that supposed to be a play on like Hugin from like Norse mythology? If so, that's kind of funny. Also, Griff called himself a fart submarine in that one screenshot. I just cannot take Red versus Blue seriously. Like, I understand it's supposed to be a show, but like, goddamn, sometimes it's just like too much. They're all named after mythology. Okay, so yeah, so it's deliberate. Okay, I get it. Let's see, what was this here? Oh yeah, we were doing some like mask designs. Which apparently I only did 3 of. Usually with layouts like this, I've got like multiple tabs, but I guess I only did 3. That's all you get, apparently. See, the thing is, they do that and then it skips to Wash about to kill himself. Like, what? Yeah. Yeah, it's the ultimate slapstick. You know, you have like a funny, haha, lighthearted comedy show, and then you just have like the one depressed guy. God. Like the way that I did like I guess this was supposed to be like tarnished metal. I guess I just wanted like a texture or whatever, so I just kind of scribbled it in, but definitely do that better now. I do like the glow effect that I put on some of this though. Like it's quick and cheap, but like it's kind of fun. I'm surprised I went that far. Very messy paintwork though. Like outside of all the lines. This one I didn't even like fill in. Anyway, no, those were fun. I liked working on this character. This one was fun. And like the more that I look at it now, the more it reminds me of Nidus from Warframe with his deluxe skin. But I still like him. I still think he's cool. No idea what the fuck I was supposed to be doing with this guy, but he turned out kind of fun. Fun and a little edgy. Also, we had like no idea what to do with his mask. That was about as far as we got with that one. Second and third design were slapping hard, and hold on, I've already forgotten what they look like. Yeah, they're okay. I like the flames on the first one. The flames on the first one were fun. I do like the general shape of the second one, though. And why you call Red versus Blue a toxic relationship? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. Just remember the thing I'm working on with the Sad Eternity song. Oh, yeah. I do remember that. You were showing me. You showed me your thumbnail sketches for the animatic. Back took me a while. Sorry. Oh, no worries. No problem at all. You go take care of your doggo whenever you got to. Dogs take priority over me, regardless of what the dog is. That's just how that works. Literally die before you finish the second slide. I mean, it's a lot of work that you made for yourself, so like, I get it. I totally get it. Yeah, the flames are fun, but it's too long and thin. Yeah. Yeah, if I like squished it down a little bit, it might be okay. I need the sketch. You consider a sketch because you just put the finished over it. Let's see. There we go. I mean, hey, that's a layout. You've got everybody labeled. Also, oh my god, you are not drawing what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 characters? That's going to take years. I would die. I would die of old age. You're just beginning to walk him now? Ah, I see. Well, I hope he enjoys a good walk. There's literally a counter at the top corner. Hello? Am I dumb? Am I bad at counting? Hold on, did I do this wrong? We have 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess there's one down here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And I guess there's another one here, like in the laptop. So 13. Okay, yeah, no, if we're counting all those, then yeah, no, I see the little one down at the bottom beneath the guy who's upside down on the couch, and then we're counting the laptop thing. Sheila, that's the tank. That's the tank. Yeah, I guess that does say Sheila. Okay, okay, fair enough. That's what's left of the tank. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that seems a little small for a tank, but okay. But no, that makes more sense. Half of them are dead, so. Yeah, I mean, we're not exactly adhering to canon here. Fila's dead. Yeah, see, that's why I can't watch the show. They killed off my favorite character. All right, and I want to show you guys this one. Is shitty fan art aside, this is the one that I was like super proud of when I made it. I also haven't looked at it in like, hold on, give me properties. When did we make this? This is 2018. December of 2018 is when I made this. And I remember being like so proud of myself. It's like, yeah, look at this. This looks so good. It doesn't look very good. I'm not happy with this at all. I made a speed paint of Agent Duckington, and it turns out it looks like an AI speed paint halfway through. What the fuck is an AI speed paint? I didn't even know that was a thing. That horrifies me. Shows that you've improved. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Is like going back and looking at your old stuff, you kind of want to cringe at it a little bit. Because like if you go back and look at something and you're like, yeah, this is still rocks. This is still awesome. This is still like the best thing I've done. Then like you're kind of screwed. When I first tried drawing how a sensible person would do it, and didn't get it right, and then it went how I always do, and it looks weird. AI fake speed paints are a thing? That's distressing. Like not rendered. Yeah. Yeah, like I went through and like did some like pseudo rendering on like the metal bits here, but like the actual character herself has like zero rendering and like zero sense of light. Like these are supposed to be like spooky, glowy like energy sources or whatever, but they're like really flat and really dark. Then like half the image is just washed out. So like you can't really tell what's going on here. Show you the speed paint, it'll make sense. What I mean, it just looks weird midway. I mean, speed paints usually look weird midway. But yeah, no, this character is the one that we put the most time into, as you can tell by the sizable amount of art stuff that we did. Oh, here, actually, I can show you the scribbles. I did like a fucking psychopath. Change the method fully like halfway. Yeah, I mean, see that's why I'm like kind of self-conscious about doing speed paints, because like if I do that in the post, it's just literally going to be me like finicking with a couple of lines for an hour, and then like another hour later, I just like nuke the whole thing and start over. Like, I feel like I would have to go back and like edit through whatever speed paint I would do, so that it's actually readable. Scribbles are cute. I'm glad you like this. So yeah, no, like we went through like a whole design thing for this, because this was supposed to be in like League of Legends lore. This was supposed to be a character from Zon. I think that's what it's called. Like the like steampunk like underground spot. He's in the vid, by the way. Yeah, I see it. I'll watch that in a second here. I want to do my show and tell first. But yeah, no, we were like, we flushed out. We wanted to have like this whole like story and everything set up. We had like icons for like the in-game UI and everything set up for it. Also, my horrible attempt of like normalizing colors has like destroyed this. This is before I knew how to take pictures. So I was just like, everything needs to be like kind of the same color. Otherwise, it's going to look weird. Unfortunately, it just looked weird regardless. And more scrolls were designed. Yeah, there's a bunch more. Like this one here is mostly just for the ability icons and stuff. You can see at the top center there's like a thumbnail for what turned into the splash art. Oh, there's plenty of pictures. We'll get through them. We will be here a little while, but we'll get through them. Yeah, there was a bunch of stuff here. This one has like more so just like regular stuff in it, or like stuff from the other slides. My organization was also like terrible, but yeah, you can see here I had like whole plans set up for like the background, what I wanted that to look like. Also, I think it might have been my style. I don't know if you guys remember the last time we went through and did like a nostalgia thing, but I had this weird obsession with like weird globby suns. I don't know. I don't know what was going on with that, but I did that here too. I don't know what I was doing there. But yeah, so I had those, right? And I was like, okay, well, let's go through and like see if I can get up some designs that I wanted. Then I did this one. I think this is what came next. Not the idea of the dress mode not be functional. Oh yeah, no, we were going like full like. You can see at the top right here, we started off with like, yeah, we'll do like leggings or whatever, that way she can like move around in or whatever. But then it was like, not really fitting the vibe. It's a little bit too like actiony, a little bit too like energetic. We want somebody like a little bit more edgy. We were like, yeah, no, we'll just do like a big dress. And then like you can see down like the bottom left, I kind of took vibes from that one character in Bloodborne, like Lady Yarnum, I think. The one who's like sitting there in like the nightmare waiting for you. It's like, oh yeah, no, like my dead child is upstairs. She's just got like blood flowing down her dress. It looked super cool. The yellow suit is fire. Like it looked good. Like I liked the yellow pinstripe. It was a vibe. But it also looked a little too jokery and a little like too high energy for what we were going for, so we ended up dropping it. And then you can see over here, it was just like I don't know what to do. So I just did like the like cringiest like emo, like neon emo or pastel emo or whatever the fuck it's called. I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Bro, yellow suit and pink hair. So mad at you for not doing that. I think it was also like yellow and blue. I think we had like a blue highlight in there on purpose. I think that was a deliberate thing. So like we were all over the place with this. We were doing all kinds of stuff. It was a vibe. Yeah, and then I think this was next. This is when we were like, okay, so we wanted to have the character on like a respirator type system, like life supports. So we were like, how do we make like a mobile like iron lung looking thing that doesn't look like shit and still like holds like a silhouette? So we tried a couple of different things, and I don't like any of these designs. But this was like a couple of the things that we went through for like her like armor stuff. Fortuna did it better. True. I don't even remember this. This must have been after Fortuna, so the designs were probably sitting in my brain somewhere. Let's hold on. Let's see. What were these? Were all like 2018, right? Yeah, yeah. December 2018 to like February 2019, thereabouts. So, I imagine, I imagine Fortuna was out by then. Nice more Duna vibes. Also, cool approach. It was an idea. It was an idea we had. But yeah, no, I still like this bit of fan art or like concept art. Not so much the one on the left side, but like the back view, because we wanted to have like the idea of like there was an I don't remember what the lore was exactly. I think she was supposed to be like a vengeful spirit or something. She was like betrayed. So very subtly, we decided, oh well, what if we just like stab her in the back? And I did that. And I was like, no, that looks kind of nice. I don't hate that. I don't like the front view. The front view looks scuffed, but the back view is a vibe. And then we have some like ability tests or whatever to see like what I wanted to do for that. It's just like some basic like FX work over the old Summoner's Rift, which was new at the time, but has now changed like 3 or 4 more times since then. What else do we got? We got some like random art, which is very bad. This was me after like a little while of everybody online being like, "Yeah, just use the hard round brush," and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna use a soft round brush instead, though." So it looks like really spray painty. Ability tests, yeah, I was really happy with the ability tests. Those were fun, and these were more so just for like the mood, not really necessarily the design. But we did, I think we ended up going with like the weird like undercut. Smells like anime tutorials. I don't even remember what I was doing with this one. This does look like early 2000s like MS Paint fan art in like a kind of endearing way, but it's very funny to look back at now. Also, the design for the mask is very strange because I had like the nose kind of separated out with like these weird spikes going up on either side. That would be hella uncomfortable to wear. It looks uncomfortable just to look at. And then we did those and through all those. I like the ability test. The ability tests were fun. That was like a good exercise for us. That I don't even know how to explain this. This was like trying to figure out how like a her abilities would work because there was supposed to be like this fog of war thing that we were gonna add where she could like interact with terrain and then move through it. We thought that was like a revolutionary thing, and then like a couple of years later, Riot did like 3 characters that could do that. Looks like middle school you with Kip. It really does, doesn't it? It definitely screams like first like digital art like that was like colored in and stuff. It's very funny to look back at now. Okay, and I think this is just the yeah, this is just a slideshow of all the stuff. Ability screens. Oh yeah, we had like mocked this up. This was fun. Went and did like a whole like UI thing. This was fun. This was like a good afternoon in Photoshop. When we went through and had like all of the text and stuff. And you can see like little icons we put in. I was very impressed with this. This is absolutely just like ripped out of the game and just like shittily photoshopped over it. You can see like the gradient over by the text here. It just like cuts off. Because I literally just like cut out the text from another champion and then just like put this over top of it. We went into it. Oh yeah, no, we went in hard. I think the E was the only one that I did like art for. We have like the passive, even. Yeah, we got like the frame by frames for Q, like supposedly how our alt is supposed to work, which again we were like fighting over how that was supposed to like transfer into the game. I forgot you were in the middle of telling OC lore, interrupted by the worst Cyclops the world has ever seen. Yeah, that was some stuff, all right. That Cyclops is definitely like, designed for derailing shit. Oh, and then her W. I actually really like this. This is nice. I wanted it to be like super colorful, like an aurora kind of coming out of the ground. Not that it like super transferred well over, but I liked the idea. The idea was cool. He had a wife. They showed his wife. One sec. Oh no. Oh no. Don't do this to me. Oh, there we go. Chronological art. I should have just opened this up. Okay, well, I mean, like, I got, like, kinda close. Actually, yeah, no, I think I did that mostly in order. But yeah, no, that was our short foray into, like, fan art champion design. So that was fun. It was definitely, like, a cool exercise. Like, I enjoyed doing it. Now, granted, that was, like, 6, 7 years ago. But, like, it was fun. It was a good time. Sitting down and, like, rendering something out, like an actual, like, splash art for League would be a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work to do splash arts. I kind of want to do something like that, but I need like characters that I like enough to actually want to spend that time in. Which I don't know if I really want to do because I would also want to animate it. That's the other thing is I want to do like animated effects and stuff, which I don't think we ever got around to doing with that one. But still, it's a good exercise. It's a good exercise for sure. Yeah, splash arts are so well rendered now. Oh yeah, no, splash arts are insane. Like Riot is kind of like a shitty company, but like the art people that they get on their shit, top tier, like S plus tier, like amazing. Like the splash arts I'll see, like occasionally make me want to get back into the game and spend money. Like they're that good. I don't do it because I'm broke, but I am tempted to. But no, the splash art in League especially is like so good. Even Valorant. Valorant's got like hella good style. They just know how to get like good artists. This, on the other hand, does not spark joy. Like, like you can see the holes where like eyes are supposed to be, and then there's just like the Cyclops eye just kind of like taped on over top. Yeah, no, not necessarily Valorant splash art, but just like Valorant art in general. Just like the stylistic, like polygonal, like cell shading vibe that they have going on in that game. It just looks good. Valorant's just kind of a vibe. Not that I've ever played it, so I don't really know like how it looks in game that much, but I've seen like the promo art and stuff, and it looks cool. Keep saying drugs are involved in that show. I mean, yeah, it definitely looks like it. Anyway, I was also gonna watch your speed paint. There you go. Let's see this. Let's see if we can find what you're talking about. Okay, so we got like multiple layers and stuff. We're doing things very nicely. Trying again. Going back and forth. No, no, like so far this looks like pretty normal. Yeah, no, this is just the process. I don't know. Maybe I'm old. Maybe I'm like not as paranoid as I need to be, but I don't see like the comparison to like the deep fake shit, like guidelines. I mean, that's fair. I also don't like guidelines. I would rather just like free ball that shit and just like fight over it for an hour or six and then just kind of get there. People get very upset over people who don't use guidelines. Well, those people are lame. All right. Guidelines are guidelines. You don't have to do them. Does it make life easier? Sometimes, yeah. But you don't have to. It's not like required. The fuck was that? Oh yeah, also fun story. My pen is now like slightly more fucked than it was last week. To the point where I've ended up like I'm why is okay, my head hurts. Um to the point where like I've been talking with Huey on customer support. We've gone back and forth for about like 6 emails now, and we have no idea what's happening. Like we've tried different drivers, we've tried different DLLs for Windows to try and like roll back shit. We've tried compatibility modes, we've tried different administrator privileges, we've tried like turning off things, we've tried turning on things. But we have no idea. I have somehow managed to break something to the point where like even they are just like, yeah, we don't know. They keep asking me to send more videos in. So I've just got like a bunch of like really shaky like cell phone videos of me like scribbling on the tablet, being like, "This isn't working, see?" And every time they just respond back, it's like, "Oh, okay, well try some of these things, tell and see if that works. If not, here we have like this dev tool. We'll send you the link. Go and open that up, and then just like scribble, and we'll like figure out what the numbers mean." So now I'm waiting on a response from that. But so far, we have no idea what the issue is. Sure, it's not just the tablet itself. I mean, that's kind of where we're at now because I did order the other replacement pen, and it came in and it had the exact same issue. So we know for a fact that it's not the pen. So it's narrowed down to either some weird conflict between Windows and the tablet drivers, or it's an issue with the tablet itself. We're not sure. So I should hopefully hear back from that in like a day or so. They've been like surprisingly quick. I actually got like a bunch of emails on Sunday from them. We got some troubleshooting work done, which was really good. So like props to the support team, at least for like being communicative. But like it's at the point now where like I have no idea what's going on. It might just be easier at this point just to say fuck it and get another tablet. So I might be in the market for that at some point. We'll see if I can convince myself to spend some money on like a nice graphical tablet. Because like the next one that I wanted to get after Helion, I kind of wanted to try an XP pen because some of the new XP pen tablets look pretty dope. But also like at the same time, like I don't really need anything like crazy fancy. Also, I kind of like the smaller tablet because the one that I have right now is a 12-inch, and it fits nicely under my main monitor. And there's still plenty of room on my desk for me to like have my keyboard and mouse and everything still set up. So I don't know if I want to go bigger than this, but like it's something that I'm thinking on anyway. You like the non-screen tablets? I do have a an old Wacom tablet that's like I think it's like a 9-inch or something. It's like pretty tiny, but I've got that one somewhere. I might end up breaking that out for a little bit just to see if I like that better. Because like, I do like the non-display tablets, but I feel fancy when I use the display tablet. And I like that. I like doing that. That that brings joy. Because whenever I'm using the non-display tablets, like there's a little part in like the back of my head that's just like I forget his name now, but the guy who plays Gandalf just having like the nervous breakdown in the green screen room, being like, I'm an actor, damn it, I need to be around people. I have like the same feeling where it's like, damn it, I'm drawing art. I need to be able to see like the art that I'm drawing, where I'm drawing it. It's like this weird disconnect that I have. It makes no sense. Wacom is nice. He had like two of those before iPad. Yeah, I don't know. I might look to see if I can get like one of the Wacom display tablets. That might be fun. Because I do like Wacom, and they are like the industry standard, and like they have been for a while. Which hopefully means that I won't have to deal with like driver compatibility issues, if nothing else. So like maybe I wouldn't have to deal with the issue that I'm currently experiencing. But I don't know. Don't buy any new Wacom. Oh, are they shit now? Or are they just like crazy expensive? Because I've seen that the prices are still like pretty high for those. Don't matter Wacom TBH. Your first actual good tablet was a Wacom Intuos Pro Paper Edition. It's a pretty expensive tablet. Oh, they use and support AI. That's right. Yeah, no, I saw that. Yeah, that was very silly when I saw that because they had like all of their literally like the company that makes the stuff that artists use was like, yeah, no, we're just gonna use AI to make like goofy little art to put on our boxes. It's like, why? Why would you do this? The only reason you have a Wacom right now is because you bought it used. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into it because like I do want to have a good tablet because if this one is done, if this one's like biting the biscuit, then like the next one that I get is one that I want to have and use for a long time. Because I'm old and I'm sentimental. I don't like new things. So like if I can get just like even just like an older display tablet, as long as it's like good and it works, then like I'm kind of chilling. I don't really care that much. You do think Wacom is good, but AI use as an art company is just insane. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I don't really know what was going on in their heads there. They were probably just thinking like, oh yeah, no, we can just like save money this way. Which like, sure, I guess that's true. But also at the same time, it's one of those like, you're an art supply company. Why would you do that? Like there are literally artists who would totally just be like, yeah, hey, Wacom can use my art for free because I love them so much because they've let me draw the art on my computer. Like they literally didn't have any reason to go and use AI. It was a very weird decision. Are they still doing that, or was it just like the one incident? Because I remember when they first did that and that blew up, and everyone was like, "Bro, what the fuck?" There's no way you just failed to draw the trans flag. You're gonna bury yourself. That's okay. I failed to draw the pride flag on stream for like 2 hours, like a month ago. You were there for that. As far as you know, they still do. They didn't even apologize or fix it. Yeah, no, I remember that because I remember the first instance they had like a Chinese New Year kind of illustration that they had AI done for them. So they had like the parade dragon, I think it was. And they had that up. And then like everyone was like, this is just AI. And they were like, yep, you bet it is. And that was kind of the end of that. Everyone they were just kind of like ignoring it. And it's like, yeah, it is. What are you gonna do about it? Gonna stop buying our products? No. The flag is hanging behind you. Well, I mean, you weren't actively looking at it, right? So like, you got an excuse. Like, object permanence is hard, okay? Believe me, I understand. I've been there. I am that guy. If I'm not looking directly at something, I have no idea what it could be. It could not even exist for all I know. Look at it every day. Like after 6 years, you should know the flag. I mean, it's just like I know there's like blue and I know there's like pink in it. And there's like white, I think. And then doesn't it just like mirror? Doesn't it just go like pink and then blue again? Is that it? Is that the pride flag? Yes? There we go. See? We got it. It's easy. Messed up the order of the colors. Okay. See, I would have done that too. It's like 50-50 whether it's blue first or pink first. I've been on r slash hexology or vexology or whatever it's called. The place where people draw the flags all the time. I've been on there. I know the rules. If you have white, it has to be in the middle. Everything else, I have no idea. That's the only thing I know. Yeah, and that flag has been there for years. I mean, sure. I don't know. I mess up drawing stuff all the time, and I just kind of laugh at it. So like, I don't take that shit too seriously. Let's see. Do we do like the anime like antenna thing on the hair? I think we do that. That could be kind of fun. I still have no idea what this person is or what their deal is. They don't even have a face. They've got like an attempt at a nose and a weird messy splotch. You edited your Tumblr profile. You feel like you should make it look more gay. Also, Tumblr also appreciates your red versus blue art, but it's Tumblr, so of course they do. Oh yeah, no, like any sort of like fandom shit. Like Tumblr is all over. Tumblr is just like the AO3 for like images. You're mad at AO3? Oh no. You're mad at a lot of things. Specifically search for fics that are completed. It was not completed. has been abandoned for since 2022. Well, I mean, like technically, it's completed insofar in as the author isn't working on it anymore. The author is done with it. That must mean it's complete, right? You go see if you can bribe the author. Want your content ready to pay for fictional characters? Oh, additional fic chapters. My bad. Yeah, maybe my eyesight's getting worse. Maybe I need to make the font bigger. Yeah, I need to get like one of those old man glasses that have like the magnification on them. Maybe I should do that. Walk around looking like Bubbles from the Trailer Park Boys. Could totally do that. I would rock those glasses. It's a really good fic. Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. No, we've all been there. I think we can all appreciate the pain of not having a story be finished. And I don't know if I like the texture on this. See, every time I go back to Clip Studio, I always have like the issue of like the brushes are just like so much worse than what I've like gotten used to using. I need to like sit down and spend a day, I think. Like actually figuring out how to make Clip Studio pens less bad. Because like I've seen it. I've seen people online be like, "Oh yeah, no, like they're crap by default. You have to do like this, and this." And I'm like, "Okay, cool. I'll do that, that, and that next time I'm at the computer." And then by the time I get there, I've like completely forgotten about it. It's just become like a like a void in my brain. It was 80% porn, but it was good porn with lore. See, we read it for the plot. All right, I get it. That's fine. We've all been there. You know, you get to the point where like regular porn just doesn't do it for you. You know, you need like a good, compelling narrative. Do you actually like the plot? That's even worse. I mean, no judgments. I'm not gonna say I understand, but I understand. God. Yeah, see, one thing that really annoys me with how my pen is right now, or like whatever's wrong with my tablet, is like, and do that. That's me like pressing like reasonably hard. And if I press like a little bit more, I can just start to get like the minimum. And then like pressing like hard to get like max pressure is like kind of uncomfortable. So like this is really weird, like middle ground. that I have to like try and get where like I have the pen be on the tablet and it's fine, it doesn't do anything. But to like actually draw on it, I need to put like an awkward amount of pressure on. And then if I'm going like really hard on it, then I like really need to work out my wrist, which is not doing any favors to my hands. Also, it was like a three-way romance, and those are cute. Well, see, I don't know. I don't know about those ones. Like, as long as like everybody's in on it, then I'm chill. But like, if you get like this weird like love triangle stuff, that kind of gives me the ick. Because like, I really like romance novels, right? Okay. But the amount of novels that I've just like given up reading because there's like a shitty love triangle in it and people are like going behind each other's back for like no reason. And it's just like fun drama for the author. I'm just like, nah, nah, I'm good. Miss me with that shit. No, no, not a love triangle, an actual poly relationship. Okay, yeah. See, that's okay. Like narratively, I can handle like poly shit. Like that's fine. Like as long as everyone's into it and everyone's like communicating as like nice and wholesome, then like yeah, sure, why not? Like my old man brain can keep up with like an extra character or two in the dynamic, and it can be really good sometimes. So like yeah, like that's good. But no, I do not like love triangle shit. That turns me off like instantly. Yeah, no, I did read your prior message. You said you don't like love triangles like twice. No, we are in agreement. I am agreeing with you right now. No above. You do like the plot. That's even worse. Also, I like it was a three-way romance, and those are cute. Okay, technically, it was two men in love with one pining and stalking the other. The other two wanting both of them, and they had no clue. Okay, so it's not really like a three-way relationship. It's just like a 2+1, and the two don't like really know that the plus one is there. Okay, I see. Okay, he didn't like stalk them. You literally just said that he stalked them. They do end up together. Okay, well that's all that really matters. So long as they get like a happy ending or like whatever like fanfic equivalent you got. The fic didn't get that far. Like I said in the tags they would, but the fic didn't get that far. Ooh, that's tragic. That is tragic. 3 years people have been waiting for that fic. 3 years since the last update. They were promised. Yeah, I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would like AO3 nowadays. Maybe get shit like that going on, where they just like lie. Because I think I remember like back when I was using that, I would always search by like completed works too. Because I got burned a few times. It was like, oh shit, this is really good. This has like 2 chapters in it, and like the author is like in the comments, be like, yeah, I love this ship so much, we're gonna do more of it, and then they never do more of it. Like the idea is that the two of them are in love and the other is pining for both of them and left cryptic messages written on erotic Polaroids of himself in their rooms. God damn, there's a strategy. Meanwhile, he was also one of their best friends and they didn't know him. They didn't know it's him. He kept talking about it and he was just pining. The last chapter was so close to a reveal and then just dead. God damn. Thing is, I don't want to comment with your current AO3 account. You're still waiting for the invitation for the new email. Oh, you have to like verify shit? I don't remember that. We didn't think he could get them. He just wanted them to see him. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to go about it, I suppose. To make an account, you have to apply, and they send out about 5K invitations every day. That lets you make an account. Interesting. I didn't know that. You are currently number 85388 on our waiting list. At our current rate, you should receive an invitation on or around July 11th, 2025. I mean, that's not so long. Oh my god, you can't read. You're right, I can't. We've already established this, and yet you keep posting in chat. Read the number again. 35388. What did I say? What did I say last time? How off was I on the number? You played a few days ago. Okay, well, I mean, that's not bad. That's not that bad. It's not like you were like waiting in queue for months. Very off? Okay. Well, we got there in the end. That's all that matters. Want to bribe the author. Yeah, just like track down their email or whatever and just like send them vaguely threatening messages until they resume their fanfic. That's a normal thing to do, right? I'm sure the only reason that they haven't continued their weird porno fanfic is because they don't have enough people like freakishly stalking them about it. When he is very motivational, just saying, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Money do make the world go round. There's something you need to see if your music is too loud. Oh, okay. I see. I see how it is. Just have me in the background of the background. Yeah, that's fine. I've got my music on pretty quiet today. Music sucks right now. Rude. Yeah, focus on art if you don't have specific music. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Your brain won't art without the stream of dopamine. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I need to have like some kind of sound going on. Usually whenever I'm like not streaming, I'll usually have like YouTube video essays going on in the background. That's usually my go-to. As you've been doing this for the last 3 streams, well, you just told me about it now. So this is new information to me. You fucked up the flag again. What did you do this time? The last time you got the colors swapped around. You failed the colors again? Oh, damn. See, maybe that's just your brain's way of telling you that you've just got like a better idea. Maybe you should just go in and like resubmit the pride flag, but it's just like the blue and pink are reversed. The just failed again. I love doing that. That's my favorite thing. Seeing that there's something wrong and being like, oh, I should fix that. And it's like erasing it and then doing the exact same thing again. I love that. I live for that. Okay. No, I think having the the background be the identical color to like the screen in Clip Studio is kind of messing with me. No, that's like quite a thing that I want to do. Just go back in here. Hello? No, I don't want the gradient tool. I want the fill bucket. I want the thing that I'm clicking the thing for. There we go. There's like four people talking to you at once. How are you supposed to cope with that? And you just do what I do and just ignore all of them until I feel like responding. They know you're there. Yeah, I mean, you can just ignore them anyway. That's never stopped me before. Ah, Went to go scratch my nose and my face started peeling. Ugh. That was an experience. I forgot that that was a thing that happens. God, now that I've like said it out loud, I can feel my whole face is getting itchy. This is why I shouldn't go outside, like ever. Okay, you, fuck you for that. I mean, I could go into more detail if you want, because like it was kind of gross. Because like it didn't just like peel, like I went and, like scratched my nose, so I like pinched it a little bit, and I've got like a fat fucking nose, right? So like I like it's just like straight up like a fucking clown nose, you know, like the bright red fucking ball at the end. It's basically just one of those, right? You want to lose your most loyal follower? What is this? I mean, we're just we're testing. That's all. We're testing things. But fine, if you don't want to hear it that bad, I will keep my my horrible life experience that I just had, and will have to just suffer in silence about. Let's keep that to myself. That's fine. Crash show, you're doing so many things you haven't even gotten to go back to your art. Oh man. You've got a red versus blue artist moot on Tumblr? What the hell is a moot? Oh, a mutual. Okay. Yeah, look at you getting all popular. The Pixel Pony game you play. Okay, yeah. No, I'm familiar. You've talked about this before. You have a few red versus blue skins with Jinx that you've been using for a while because autism, right? Okay. Yeah, no, that tracks. Another red versus blue person found you. Like that with us sometimes. And they had a Tumblr linked that you followed a few days ago. And you're on the game, you message them after like 2 weeks of being friends. Okay. Look at you, you're so sociable. I'm normally talking this game ever. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. I can't help but feel like most of your stories are from when you do decide to talk to people. All your skins have the word mute or nonverbal in them just to make sure they don't talk to you. It was weeks before I talked to your current friends, and those motherfuckers basically harassed you. Well, I mean, that's one way to make friends. You were brave and messaged this one only after 2 weeks. Well, good for you. Tell them I left a doodle on their straw page. And you like their Tumblr? Aw, that's cute. I don't know what kind of people play your weird pony game, but I would take that as a massive compliment. So they went and found my page. Now you're mutuals. Ah, okay. Happy ending. The 50-50 game. There's a few different servers, the main two being safe and 18 plus server. Okay, interesting. So at least there's a specific corner for some specific people then. That's good. They can go and have their fun off in the corner. You're always in the 18 plus server because you try your hardest to avoid children. That's fair. Although I also feel like kids would go out of their way to join the 18 plus server just because they think it's like cool or whatever. I don't know. Safe server has chat filters that forbid you from swearing and stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I feel like outside of like very young kids, you're gonna get most of them wanting to join the 18 plus server so they can try out all the new cuss words they learned in school. There are kids here, yeah, but more adults, so that helps. Okay, yeah, if you get like a stronger ratio, you can kind of get like a little bit of like herd immunity going, for lack of a better term there. Also very easy to tell when someone is a kid. You can just hide and block people. Okay. Well, yeah, it's like as long as you get that, then that's not so bad. And it just looks like you logged off. Ah, okay. An actual good blocking system. A pony video game has figured that out, and yet most of the MMOs that I play, seemingly, for whatever reason, have not. That is just beyond their ability. For the most part, there's areas where fandoms reside if you want to find people. Oh, okay. There's like specific sections on the map or whatever where you can go. It's like this is where all the emos hang out. This is where all the Homestuck fans hang out. This is where like the red versus blue guys chill. That sort of thing. So the Homestuck people are next to you? Of course they are. Of course they are. Marvel area is pretty big. Yeah, that makes sense. That's like a pretty low barrier to entry fandom. The normal My Little Pony area is somewhere below you. There's a lot of has-been hotel stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. That tracks. Also, lots of OCs and similar. Yeah, I mean that kind of seems like the place where you would have like tons and tons of original characters. The Call of Duty area used to be big. You were there a lot. Interesting. I did not think there would be a lot of crossover between Call of Duty and a social pony game. Well, the more you know. They were very toxic and lots of drama, and it disbanded a few months ago. Yeah, that makes sense. That that explains a lot of things. Style would really fit some sci-fi comic? Yeah, maybe. Something like that would be fun to do. Sci-fi is kind of hard though. I'd have to have like a really good idea that I'd really want to do for something like that. I do want to work on comic stuff at some point, but I would like to be a little less terrible at drawing before I get into that. And now you're just in an area because it's where most of your friends usually are. There's no specific fandom area. It just melts into the Cookie Ruin Kingdom. Cookie Run Kingdom people? I don't know what that is. Changed to that area because of a person who had a skin of another character Giovanni voiced, and their name was a funny reference to Ultra Kill. Ah, okay. And since you have the Gabriel skin, you went over to them. You've been staying with them and some other people for a few months. You don't talk to any of them, to be honest, but still, you just chill. Yeah, you just be alone together. Cookie Run is a phone game. All right, hold on. I need to look this up. Gotta be a pretty good phone game if there's a fandom around it. You watch them talk. What kind of conversations do people have with Cookie Run? It's like, what is this? Uh, I scrolled a little bit. I don't see any like weird porn. I mean, it just looks like a like your regular like cutesy like thing. It's chat. It's just a lobby. People just chat. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just have like the similar interests, and you just like talk about whatever while you're in there. I guess you don't. There's no rules saying you have to talk about whatever fandom you're in, right? Well, these are fun. It's very colorful. I actually kind of like the art a little bit. Hmm. I guess they did like a Sonic collab. That's fun. kind of like this art. This art's kind of neat. Makes it nice to find people of fandoms. Yeah, like it's a nice like social lubricant. If you already know that somebody's into one thing that you're also into, you can just kind of like integrate yourself a little smoother. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I don't hate the art on some of this stuff. Like the 3D stuff is a little meh, but some of the like stylized like cell shaded stuff is kind of cool. Definitely gives me like major uh phone game vibes, but not in like a completely off-putting way. You just have like an attempt at like a super edgy character. I love that. That one's cute. I like this one. Yeah, people just chat. You like making skins in the game. Makes it nice to find people or fandoms. Also very accepted as an example. As example, not to talk. Some people who don't play get very toxic when they see some of the things normal in this game. Some people who don't play get very toxic when they see some of the things normal in this game. Interesting. I mean, it's like one of those like social games, right? Like it's gonna be a strange landscape for the people who aren't already in the know, right? As you write the name, people use it to write things like you do with mute or similar with the name. Okay. Some common ones that piss people off are DNI and DNIUF. Apparently, just because it's a game, you can't have boundaries. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like that. Like, I mean, I guess there's people like that all over the place. They're just like, no, fuck you. You're in public. You're not allowed to have preferences. You chose to be here. Now I am legally obligated to subject you to me, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's like in a lot of the games that I get that I've like played and spent some time in, like you see a lot of people that just kind of lurk, and like that's chill, like that's fine. Like do what you want to do. But then like there'll be people who like try to like interact with them or whatever, and they get like no response or like worse, they get told to like fuck off or whatever. And then like the guy who like came up to them in the first place just like starts ranting in like all chat, being like, "Oh my god, I can't believe this piece of shit. They're so mean to me." Yada 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 yada. Meanwhile, they like literally have like tags on them, being like, "Yeah, hey, don't talk to me, please. Like I won't respond to you." And people still get upset somehow. You don't get why it pisses you off so much that someone says not to interact. Yeah, it's just pixels. Yeah, and I don't want to interact with you. Go away. Yeah, like it's not that complicated. Like yeah, sure. Like if somebody wants to like try poking somebody because they think like their costume's cool or whatever, like that's fine. But like if they've got DNI, in their tags or whatever, or in their name, or like how it works in whatever game. Like, don't expect a response. Definitely don't get butthurt because you don't get one. Like, you are not a special snowflake that will just like magically turn everyone you run into like a social a butterfly, right? That's not how that works. Thing is, anxiety can also go over to games. It does for me too when you're too stressed. Yeah, and just because there doesn't mean I have to interact with you if it stresses me out, or mute or nonverbal. You've gotten shit for that so much. Yeah, I mean, like that's dumb. Like people have their boundaries, and that's just like a clear and concise way of like showing other people that like, yeah, hey, not super, not super into this stuff. Like, just so you know, don't get mad at me, and then people get mad at you anyway. That's dumb. I don't like that shit. You get genuine anxiety if you have to talk in the in-game public chat. I mean, yeah, I've had that like a little bit. For me, it's weird though. For me, I've got like the opposite way around, where like it's almost more stressful to me when I'm like DMing people or doing like whispers or something. I don't know why. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me, but like that's just how my brain feels. Like, why does a stranger having boundaries piss you off? Yeah, like that's what I don't get. That makes zero sense to me. Because like you've got somebody who you do not have to interact with in any way. Like you have no incentive to communicate with this person. And yet you still feel the need to one, force an interaction with them, and then two, get upset when things go exactly the way they were going to go. Right? And you're just sitting there, yeah. Well, yeah, like that's the thing is like if somebody has like DNI or like I won't respond or like AFK or whatever, like if you really want to like drop them like a message, like complimenting them or whatever, just like, oh, I hope you have a nice day. I see you're like into this or whatever. Like that, I think that's fine. But I think that's only fine if you have the expectation that you're not going to get a reply. Because like I've done that before, where like I'll message somebody and be like, "Oh, hey, like this is a cool outfit or whatever. Like your character looks dope. Like whatever. Like I really like that weapon that you have, or like whatever. If I'm playing an MMO, like whatever shit, right? I don't really expect a reply or whatever. I'm just like, yeah, no, I like that shit. Like I hope me expressing that the thing that you have is cool will make you feel a little bit better, and that's kind of it. Like that's as far as that interaction goes in my head. And sometimes that's all that happens. And sometimes people respond with like a thank you or whatever. Very occasionally it'll like end up as a conversation, but like it's fine. This is one of those things. It's like, yeah, no, you're in a social space. So like it should be okay for people to like message you if they really want to, but it should also be okay if that's the case that you don't have to reply. Ways to interact. You can boop people, have facial expressions and all that. One common way people compliment is they just whisper you a crown emoji, and I don't mind that at all. Yeah, see, like stuff like that's good, and like every game has like their own like shorthand for that sort of thing. But if you stand in your face waiting for you to answer, I don't know what you expect. Yeah, like that's weird. That's weird when you have like somebody who just walks up to you in game, like messages you some like random crap or whatever, and like I find most of the time it's just like random nonsense where they're just like super in your face for no reason. And then they just sit there. They just sit there in front of you just being like, "You will respond to me. It will happen. I'm not going anywhere until you say something." It's like that's just weird. Like, chill out. Like that to me just kind of shows like a severe lack of social awareness. And like, sure, you're in a social video game. So like sure, you're not gonna have like the best social skills. But like I feel like that's a pretty easy one to learn. You sent a clip showing some of the ways people can interact. You can also just make like custom facial expressions and stuff. Oh well that's neat. Right, you can boop people. Let's see this. Ick. Ick. My new setup makes it hard to full screen stuff. I need to figure out another way of doing that. Okay, and look at that. Okay, no, that's cool. You can do like a bunch of custom stuff while you're like editing your character and stuff. That's cool. Usually just boot people. Yeah, no, I don't know if I would go through the effort of like going and like doing any of the fancy shit in games like that, but you know. Also, hi Jinx. I see you. How are you doing? Booping is the most common thing. Yeah, I mean, like that's the other thing too, right? Like there's like a common language in games like that, where like you develop like a shorthand of like what means what and like what is like the most socially acceptable and stuff like that, right? You're good. I'm good. I'm doing great. I am sunburnt and tired and cranky, but I'm good. I don't really have the energy to work on like a crazy project today, so we're just doodling and chatting. Are you feeling crispy? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I'll spare the details since apparently it grosses somebody out, but we are in the late stages of our radiation burns here. Yeah, see, I'm censoring myself. I'm being good. Also, one thing people tend to do in Ponytown is e-sex. I mean, yeah, that's every game. Wherever there's like the possibility of people showing up in a space with an avatar, they will find a way to e-sext each other. Well, facial expressions and text. Oh my god. I didn't even think of using the facial expressions like that, but now you've said that, I can totally see it happening. I can totally see people doing that. Used to be a part of the map called Sex Forest, so you know. Oh my. Yeah, not like just chats, movements, effects, facial expressions. Yeah, the whole shebang. You know, they go through like the whole rigmarole. You know, they put on the entire show for everyone to see. See, I feel like I should be surprised by that, but honestly, that is kind of what I thought about first when you started talking about your weird pony game. That was kind of where my mind went to. It's like, oh yeah, no, bronies use that for porn. 100%. They totally do that. People found a way to make walking dicks. Incredible. That part is you never truly know if it's an adult or minors because everyone can enter any server. Yeah, see, that shit would freak me out. Like, I'm not against people doing ERP, but not having like a way to like do that away from kids, that makes me uncomfortable. I don't like that. Like, I remember being a kid and trying my best to pretend like I was an adult. Like, I remember back when I was playing fucking shit like Lord of the Rings Online and like that old Pirates of the Caribbean MMO. Like, I had like a whole backstory for myself where I'd be like, oh yeah, no, I'm like 20 or whatever. I'm going to college for like social engineering or whatever. I don't remember what the fuck it was now, but I had like a whole plot set aside for like, okay, yeah, no, if any of the adults ask me, I need to tell them this, otherwise they're not going to want to play with me. Then I'm not going to be cool. So like shit like that is just what I think about all the time when I see like, oh yeah, like it's possible kids get there. And like to be fair, kids can get into like just about any space if they try enough and their parents or guardians don't really care enough. But it is one of those things that I do worry about when people do that kind of stuff. You can tell so easily if it's a child because they act so forced to act older. That is kind of true. Like if I ended up like having to deal with like high school me in an MMO or something, I'd be like, oh yeah, no, this kid is like 12 tops. This is nowhere near an adult. Like, get the fuck out of here. So far, you didn't befriend children. Then again, you barely make friends. There we go. See, that's the real trick. Want to avoid kids online? Just don't make friends. Just don't make friends with anybody, and you're safe. They can't. They can't interact with you if they don't exist. And friends is overrated. True. Oh, they found somebody on the server. They just like call them out. Is that just like the way they do things? You just kind of like self moderate. Someone says there is a kid, you get a group calling the child out, usually. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, very tight knit community. There to bully the kids back into the kiddie pool. mean, it's for their own safety as much as the child's. Yeah, I mean, it's in everyone's best interest to like do that sort of shit. When you take into context and other things, yeah, like you don't want to mess around with that shit. Like adult only spaces are adult only for a reason. The liquefy tool is a curse. Every time I use that, it turns out like it just gets weird. It can fix stuff like a lot of the time, but like it just feels wrong every time I use it. Befriending kids is dangerous, so it's safer for them and us. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? It's like as soon as you're an adult, you look it back and you realize like, yeah, no, like when I was a kid, I really shouldn't have been like trying to fuck around with that shit. Like that was like that could have ended very badly. But when you're a kid, you don't really think like that. I mean, when you're a kid, you don't really think. Period. Yeah, as a kid, they just kind of want to be with the adults. Yeah, you're right. Because like when you're a kid, you think it's cool. Like you think all the cool people are either hanging with the adults or are the adults. You don't want to hang around with other kids. That's lame, right? And yeah, you're right. Usually they don't realize the potential dangers that they're putting themselves in by interacting with people that would interact with children, to uh, to put it delicately. No, like I was saying last time this came up, like if I ever had kids, I don't plan to, but if it ever happened, they would not allowed to be on the internet until like after they graduated high school. Like once you're an adult, sure, you do whatever you want. Until then, like nah, how about we don't do that? I'll just show them like that what was that show called? The To Catch a Predator. I'll just show them that shit on loop and just be like, that's what the internet is. You can't be on there. They're gonna get you. I'll just like hammer that into them until it's like a complex, and then their therapist can deal with it. Hey, you finally did the flag. Good job. Thing is that that just makes it worse. Parents try that. Me, you've had AO3 at 12. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. In like all reality, like kids will find a way. Like whether it's through like friends or school or whatever. Like they will end up on the internet, whether you like it or not. So like I guess all joking aside, I guess the best way to do that would just be to teach them. Yeah, just teach them internet safety properly without weird filters. Yeah, just be like openly honest. It's like, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff on the internet. If you're gonna look up this stuff, like be safe about it. Here's how you be safe about it. Also, here's how people can act online. Here's what can happen to you. So just be aware. Be safe. Because like, yeah, I guess as like a parent, that would be like the major like panic point for me is like if something did happen online to my kid and they didn't tell me about it until like shit got really out of control, then that would be like the worst case scenario, right? Like I would probably want the kid to just be like, "Yeah, hey, I think I fucked up." And then I could go in and be like as the adult go like, "Oh, okay, this is the situation. This is what you need to do." You know, like sex ed and safety of everything shouldn't be filtered in weird kid-friendly ways. I agree with that 100%. Because that makes them not really understand it. Yeah, no, like it's true. Like I've learned way more shit on the internet than I ever did in those kind of classes at school. And like in my household, like we just didn't talk about that stuff. Like that sort of stuff, like anything even like closely related to that, that just did not exist. That was just like a no-go. The whole when a person loves another very much is not educated. Yeah, no, like it doesn't reflect reality, and I feel like that has caused like a considerable amount of damage to people who like enter in like the adult world or whatever and just don't really have like a solid grasp on like what things are or why people do things. And that's a little upsetting to me. Yeah. Like, sure, your kid might have a vague understanding of how kids happen, but that's about it. I mean, yeah, like, that's the thing is, like, we have information and resources available for people who want to learn that sort of stuff, but it's always, like, so hidden and, like, pushed to the side and, like, kind of downplayed as, like, oh, no, you don't need to get into that because it's, like, embarrassing for the adults or whatever. Like, yeah, I don't know about that. Also, as much as it sucks, but people should really teach kids about essay and grooming. Yes. Horrifying talk. Yes. Important. Yes. Absolutely, 100%. No, that should be mandatory from like a young age. Like, I'm not talking about like waiting until like high school or like when you start hitting puberty. I'm talking like as soon as you're able to comprehend like more complicated thoughts than like I need to shit myself right now. Like you need to be having that talk. Like equip your kids with like the information that they need to know when they're being abused. Otherwise, that's just never going to come to light, right? And the amount of adults that I've talked to that have been like, "Oh yeah, no, like when I was a kid, like this and this happened." It's like that's not good. It's like, yeah, I know, I'm in therapy for it. And it's like it could have avoided all that if somebody's parents just decide to have like an earnest conversation. They keep it vague when they're still a little toddler, but let them enjoy the childhood. But once they get to teens, educate them properly. Like, there's definitely like ways you can introduce the topic to the kid, but like, I don't know. I don't know how I would go about that. Because like my instinct would to be like try not to sugarcoat it But also that would be like a really complicated topic for like a kid to understand because that's the main thing, right? Is like you want the kid to understand the message there of like if somebody touches you inappropriately or somebody does something that you don't like, you need to tell somebody. But like getting like the gravity of the situation across doesn't really work when you're super young and like still innocent. So I don't know. I don't know how like the best way to go about that would be. If you're an adult and can't even get yourself together to explain sex, you aren't an adult, you're a glorified teenager. I mean, there's a lot of people like that. And not just with sex. Like, there's a lot of people who are like that with a lot of topics. Like, obviously, don't tell toddler graphic details, but make sure they know no one should touch them in places. Yeah, like, there's like ways to go about it that I think would like get the message across, get like the behavior that you want out of the kid. But I think it's also important to like go back after the fact and like make sure that like they understand the whys and the hows, like when their brain is capable of doing that, their brain is capable of understanding and like actually like getting the gravity of the situation. I think that's very important. For small kids in general, the best is teaching them that there is a no-no zone. Yeah. No, how will I comprehend people sticking their shit into other people? I mean, yeah, that's the thing though. Is like, I don't know, it's probably a little bit different out in Europe where y'all are a little less prudish, but like even looking at like a naked body over here is like very taboo, very risque. Like that is like anything even related to the human body is not really like polite company conversation. So the idea of like talking to somebody about sex or, you know, God forbid, like teaching a kid sex ed is just beyond the scope of like what most people consider like reasonable. You can't talk about things like this without dying like a 14-year-old discovering porn. You shouldn't have children. That's true. I kind of agree with that. You should have at least like a baseline level of maturity before you start spitting out new human beings. And you literally scroll porn together with your friends while making fun of it. Oh yeah, yeah. No, like I feel like that's like a pretty common experience when you're a kid. But as soon as you get into an adult, around here it's one of those like, oh no, you can't talk about that. Oh no, that's weird. You can't do that. That's like illegal or something. Oh, it's very weird. It's very weird around here. You even know what kind of toys some own. I mean, like, yeah, but I feel like that's more of like the specific friends. That's a person to person thing. Could not care less. I mean, yeah. And what their business is their own business. Doesn't matter. You so for real, if you can't look at sexual things without instantly getting horny, you might have issues. Oh yeah. No, like there's definitely some like repression things going on, like societally. Like not to get like too fucking fart sniffy about the whole thing, but no, like there's definitely some issues. People definitely have problems with that. And that's stupid, TBH. Yeah. I mean, people are very stupid, to be honest. Like, people got all kinds of issues for, like, no real reason. Like, it just kind of hashes out that way. Like, people decide that they want to try and do things this way or that way or whatever, and then shit just kind of turns into, like, a vice that they keep people in. It's weird. You know, you're more chill about it than most people, but to some extent, if you can't handle sexual topics as an adult, there's something wrong. Like, yeah, like it's a part of life, right? Like that is literally the reason that you're here. If it wasn't for sex, none of us would be having this conversation. Like that's kind of how the whole species thing continues to be. Oh no, scary naked people. Yeah, like that's another thing that like kind of annoys me. Is like I went to one like proper like art like subject study where we had a nude model, right? And it was weird for me because I had never done anything like that before, and I was like a little nervous. But then I got in there, and like the model was lovely. Like she was very funny. She was chill. She was laughing around with everybody. She was super understanding that like everyone was nervous. But she was like, "Yeah, no, I've done this before. Like, don't sweat about it." So like that was really good. And like by the end of like the 2 hours, I think we were there, I was fine. Like everything was good. There were some people there though that were like a little weird. Not a lot of them, to be fair. Like there were a lot of people that, like as far as I was aware, were just like there to get the practice in and go home. It wasn't a big deal. There were a couple of people who were just like shifting their chairs around to get like the better angle, and like there was a couple of dudes that were like literally just staring at her for 2 hours and like didn't draw anything. It's just like, why are we like this? Like I think seeing somebody exposed like that in like face to face, I think it's okay to feel a little uncomfortable because you're seeing somebody vulnerable, right? And I think that is inherently like a notable experience for your brain. But like once you like talk to them and realize like, oh yeah, no, shit's just like whatever, it's not a big deal. Like you should probably like turn that bit of your brain off and you go back to like normal mode. But I don't know. You live when people think porn artists are weird. All meanwhile, I can promise you the person just stared at the naked art for 3 hours and the last thing they think about is horny. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Is like whenever I've drawn like nude models or whatever, or done like porny shit before, like by the end of it, I'm like, I could not get off to this if I tried. Like I have been staring at this for the last like 2 days. I don't want to look at this again. This has lost all meaning to me. So I can like only imagine what it's like for like some of the bigger artists who spend like a week on a project. By the time they put that up on like their Patreon or whatever, it's like, get this shit out. Get the shit out of my face. I don't want to look at it again. Just seeing someone naked in a neutral setting gets you that into it, just dump ice on you. Yeah, like I don't know what the deal is. Like I don't know how you fix that kind of thing, right? Like I guess it's just like exposure therapy, I guess, but that doesn't really work, right? Because we've got like gooners on the internet who like all they do is just like stare at porn all day. So I don't know. I don't know how you get around that. Water spray bottle. I mean, like I guess like I don't know how effective that it would be though, because like there are some people who are like really far gone, and I don't know how you like bring them back to reality after that. But acid in it, don't worry. Oh, there we go. Anyone who's like too creepy, we just dissolve. Okay, yeah, you know what? I can get behind that. Anyone who doesn't pass the vibe check will be melted down. We use you as fertilizer. I think your personal nightmare is people using things like sexual disorders as excuses. Yeah, see, that's weird. Nobody that I've ever met who has like actual like disorders acts like that in public though. No, like no, like I don't know if I've ever seen anybody do that in public. Maybe online is a bit different because people act weirder online. Most you've seen excuse that gooner shit behavior with hypersexuality and pisses you off. I mean, yeah, no, like if I saw that shit, like that'd be like, yeah, okay, bud, whatever you say. And it's like, yeah, no. But no, like everyone that I've met, like in real life, who's like very sexually active, to put it that way, like it's not an issue for them. Like in like normal conversations, like they can keep that shit in. Like they're adults. Like they act like adults. Like they understand that there's a time and a place for this sort of thing, and they don't just go like bringing it up whenever. Like unless they're flirting with you, but like that's a different thing. You have hypersexuality diagnosed and all, and you would never like yeah no like that's the thing is like if you're an adult and like a reasonably well adjusted human being, like you know there's a time and a place for that sort of thing. Like yeah, like there are people that you can act horny around and like that's fine. But that's because you've already like built up the rapport and like it's okay. Like you've entered in that social contract, so like you can let loose there. Well, like just like random people on the street or like whatever, like no. No, you know better. You know to behave yourself. It's not complicated. Yeah, disorder does not excuse self-control. Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. Like if anything, getting like clinically diagnosed with a disorder like that almost would make it easier, I feel. Because at least then you know that you're like more active than average or less active than average, so you can kind of like adjust the way that you interact with other people accordingly, right? You can kind of gauge that like okay, if I'm hypersexual, I need to tone it down when like the topic kind of brushes up against this sort of thing. Or like I know I need to realize that people aren't thinking about this as much as I am. There's stuff like that. I'm sure you might have thoughts or similar, but that doesn't mean you can just do things. Well, I mean, yeah, no, that's exactly it. That's like that with everything though. Like people have like errant thoughts all the time. Like I know when I'm driving, occasionally I'll be going down the road and just be like, I could veer off the road right now. Or like I could crash into the guy in like oncoming traffic. I'm not going to do that. I don't want to do that. But it's just one of those thoughts that you have, right? Like it's like that with everything. Like the human brain will just shoot out signals occasionally. It's just like, oh yeah, hey, this is a thing that could happen. Oh, hey, did you think about this? Oh, hey, what about that? Like the brain is going on constantly with shit like that. That doesn't mean you act on it. It doesn't mean you act on most of it. Like that's just background noise. That's just your brain running routines. People don't want to practice self-control. I mean, that is unfortunately true. There are a lot of people that you'll meet that'll be like, oh, well, I want to do this. Why won't you let me do this? Why can't I do this? Why aren't you letting me do what I want to do? And like, they don't take into account like anything, like who they're with, like who's around them, what they're doing, like anything. They don't take into consideration like what anyone else wants. They're just like, yeah, I want this like right now, and they just like go and do it. It's just like an instant thing. I've met a lot of people like that, and like they confuse me, and they make me really uncomfortable. And like that's probably one of the main reasons why I don't socialize as much as I probably should, is because people like that just kind of put off the whole idea of interacting with people. If there's going to be like a lot of people going around just like acting on impulse like that, because it's spooky, right? When you have somebody going around like that, like you don't know what they're going to do, like they're unpredictable. And like, I don't know, I couldn't be comfortable around people like that. A major part of hypersexuality is sexual intrusive thoughts a lot. But if you can't control yourself over them and just get yourself put down or something, like that's the thing, right? Is like there's got to be like medication and stuff for that. Which like I don't know if I would necessarily advocate for the use of broadly. Because like I feel like putting somebody down just because they're horny on main too often is like a little bit much on its own. There's no medication, just therapy. I mean, like I know there's like a lot of meds that have like their their side effects include like lowered libido and stuff like that. Like I feel like there's some kind of meds out there in like extreme situations, but I wouldn't want to rely on that. Like it would be better just like across the board for literally everyone involved to just like have people learn a little bit of self-control. You just don't like people, put them down. Yeah, I can't argue with that. Yeah, that's kind of true though. Hypersexuality can't be libido reduced with meds. Interesting. I did not know that. There was one girl that I knew that was like a self-diagnosed sex fiend, and she was on antidepressants for a while, and she was telling me about how miserable it made her because she had like zero sex drive. So she went and got checked out, and that's when she got diagnosed. It was one of those like, oh, that's interesting. But I imagine it's like different degrees and also different people. So, like most things with the brain, it kind of depends. Doesn't run past the same brain parts for some reason. Interesting. I'd be very curious to see like people do studies on that stuff. Like not me because I'm dumb as bricks, but like if we get like a smart person in to go and like take a look to see like why the fuck the brain does that, be very curious about that. Not that I think there's anything like wrong with hypersexuality or like hyposexuality, I guess, on like the other side of things. It's like everything's on a spectrum, right? Like everything's different for everybody to a degree. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but yeah, I wouldn't want to go out of my way to go and like change that for people, but I'd be curious to see like why there's such like a high level of variance. I don't know the exact science because you're not in need of being medicated for it. I only saw it one time and checked if there even is. I see. Yeah, no, like I'm not doubting anything that you're saying, to be clear. Like the human brain is fucking complicated. Like just because I've talked to people who experience things in one way doesn't mean it's impossible for other people to have like a different experience with that sort of thing. But I just find it interesting. Because like I mean like it's also one of those things that like with like a lot of like mental diagnoses, like you have like kind of like implicit bias, I guess. Because like there's not a whole lot of like measurable like quantitative things you can do. Like most of the stuff is just kind of how do you say, is more based off of like the symptoms rather than the root cause is how you get the diagnosis for a lot of that stuff. So like it leaves like a little bit up for interpretation depending on like the person and the doctor that you go to and like the processes that they go through and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of variables. You can have like wildly different results for like similar people, if that makes sense. Even if there is medication, I feel the amount you'd need to get that kind of libido down would be borderline dangerous. I mean, yeah, I mean that's also true, right? Is like you could probably have medication that could assist if it was like really, really bad. But also at the same time, like most of the medications that I know that do that, like I said, they're like side effects. And no medication only does one thing. So like with the amount of medication you'd probably need to like tone down somebody with no impulse control, in addition to the hypersexuality, like that would probably not be very good on their system. Like they'd probably have like organ failure or something, which would kind of be counterproductive. I don't think medicating hypersexuality is healthy, TBH. Yeah, neither do I. I don't think that's good more so from like a mental perspective and like not even like considering like the physical like effects on your body by medicating that sort of shit. I just think it would like build bad habits. Like of all the things to rely on medication for, having something that you are able to be conscious of and take steps in your life to kind of correct on your own, like relying on meds is probably like not a great idea. And then of course also like the bodily effects as well, like even side effects aside, right? Like having something that lowers your libido and like sex drive and all that shit, like that's gonna have some like adverse effects on your reproductive organs in the long run, probably. So I don't know. It'd probably be better just to not do that. Just alone for the mix of meds you'd need. Yeah. If you actually do need help, therapy is definitely better. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you're able to get like the right therapist for you to help you with that sort of thing, then yeah, no, like therapy every time, like, hands down. Unfortunately, I know a lot of people who aren't able to get access to therapy, let alone like therapy that works for them and a therapist who works for them and all that stuff. Because like that was even something that I struggled with. Like I was like bouncing around for 3 months before I got an appointment somewhere. Last time I went to go see somebody, and like I imagine that was like more so on the low end from what I've heard. about stories around here. So like it can be rough. It can be real rough. Hypersexuality affects more than just your libido, so it's really not healthy, TBH. I mean, yeah, like that's gonna have other effects on your body. Like again, I'm no doctor, but like just thinking about it, like that makes sense. You can see like the constant like fixation on it, and like your body reacting to that. Like that probably does some stuff, you know. You were lucky you messaged a therapist and got an appointment a week later. It was only because you needed her to write you a confirmation for healthcare. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you luck out and stuff works out like that. But I know over here anyway, like our mental health care is not the best in Canada. Like, not that it's real great in our neighbors either. Like, the U.S. healthcare system is famously trash. But I have heard that other places do have better experiences. So if you're able to take advantage of that stuff, you absolutely should. Your healthcare for mental health isn't the best. Yeah. And your city is pretty bad for it, especially. You were just lucky. I mean, hey, nothing wrong with being lucky. We will take being lucky over being not lucky. You don't really use her for actual therapy. Yeah. One day she sent you home after 10 minutes because I had nothing to say. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great. So 6 layers just surrender the fucking helmet. Yeah, I feel that. I'm glad I'm not working on anything like too brain intensive today. I would literally just like turn into slop at the desk here. I didn't remember his pants. Good job. Healthcare for mental health, especially for kids here, is atrocious. You got papers to get admitted for a psychiatric stay during the summer when you were like 15. You got a date to be admitted a year later because there's just not enough places to keep kids for prolonged stays. That's insane. Like, yeah, hey, we understand that your kid is unstable and may result in some like danger to themselves or others. But just tell them to hold on for a year, and then we can take a look at them. Yeah, I've heard stories about that shit over here too, and that scares me. It's one of those like, oh yeah, no, like unfortunately we don't have room for your medical emergency right now, so you're going to have to reschedule for 6 to 12 months from now. It's like, yeah, okay. Hold on, let me just put my crisis on hold here until it's convenient for the healthcare system. That's fine. No, I would hate to be a bother. You had very shitty mental health care when you were younger. Yeah. The only time they actually did something was when I did something very drastic, and even then it was horrible. I mean, that is generally the experiences that I've heard about. Now, luckily, I never really needed or like felt the need to get any sort of like mental health care when I was a kid. Not that there was like any available where I was, but it was just kind of not a thing that I knew about, so I never really considered it. But luckily, I didn't have to subject myself to that when I was a kid, so I imagine it would not have gone very well. And get you a diagnosis you actually needed. You got into a mental hospital for 3 days when you were 12. You also threatened your principal with a knife, so yeah, I mean, like, that's part of the job description. Your principal knew what they were signing up for. Honestly, that's one of the reasons I didn't become a teacher. Is I don't know if I have what it takes to actually deal with somebody having a like a mental health crisis or something like that. Like hell, not even like a mental health crisis. I don't know what to do when like a kid scrapes their knee. I would be like, suck it up, kid. Here, have some disinfectant and a bandage. Go walk it off. And then, like, knowing the parents around here, I would probably be fired immediately. It's like, how dare you talk to my kid like that? They found out you used self harm. Not proud of it now. Okay. As well as threatening classmates. So they were like, hey, let's call your doctor. We need to do something with you. You stayed a week. And they sent you home with nothing because the crisis was indeed already over by that point. I mean, yeah, no, like that's the thing though, is like when you've got a kid, like especially, but like just a person in general going through something like that, like that needs to be addressed, like while it's happening. Because like brains are freaky like that. Like they will change and twist and reform and things will change and all that shit. But you know, that when somebody's having like a severe episode like that, like they you need to have somebody there to help, like right then, right then and there. In your defense, you only went because you wanted to get kicked out of the school. You made it very clear you were doing it for that reason specifically. The group home you were in made fun of kids who self-harmed in front of all the other kids, and you hated when she like used to look at me at breakfast. I was like, do you need something sharper? Oh my god. Yeah, see, that's the other thing is like there's no like healthy like community around that sort of thing. Like when shit starts to go down that road, like you're just kind of left to deal with it on your own because like when you are around other people like that, that's usually where it devolves to, right? Spend more time studying the human brain and less time studying new weapons and shit, IMO. Big agree. Big agree. Also, you should have mentioned that in a group home for 3 months in 2019. Yeah, we're getting the lore. Lowest time in your life, to be honest? Yeah, I don't doubt that. That does not sound like a good time. No, that group home was genuinely insane. I mean, yeah, no, like from what I've heard, most of those are not good places to be. I was friends with a few people in my younger years who were bouncing around like the foster care system and stuff, and they would tell me about like all the shit that they'd have to put up with. No idea like how much of it was true, which is also like a horrible thing to have to think about. But when you end up in a system like that for a long enough time, you do end up kind of learning how to lie a lot. But mostly that's because it's in your own self interest. But even the things that I've heard like outside that from other sources, like places that we put people like that are not good places for people like that to be in. Your best friend when you were there unalived himself. And the way they went about it was horrifying, TBH. They literally sent me to school the next day. Jesus Christ. No, that's awful. Like, that's fucking horrible. And like, especially when like you're dealing with younger people too. Like you need to be especially attentive with that sort of thing. Like that can fuck you up. Like that can fuck a person up for a long time having to deal with shit like that. Like the human body is not equipped to handle that kind of stress. Like even grown ass adults have like grieving periods and shit. Like when you're a kid, like that's even more important. You take the time to like properly understand how to like process the feelings when something horrible like that happens. Putting aside the fact that something like that happened to begin with, which I am inclined to believe it was more so the negligence of the adults around them than any other factor. But again, I don't know what happened there. But putting that aside, like, shit, the least you could do is let the kids have some time to fucking mourn. Be there for 3 months only, and the amount of things that happened while you were there is insane. Yeah. There's also the time you had your alcohol abuse, mostly because of that group. Yep. Nope. That also tracks. That is incredibly common around here as well. We have our segregated groups are famously known for abusing alcohol. He was also your classmate too. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's even worse. Like I can picture already like all the questions as soon as you get into school and just having to be like, yeah, no, this is what happened. No, that is seriously fucked up. EVH, what pissed you off the most was that they didn't want to tell you at first. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can definitely understand your feelings for that. That's something that people do a lot though. Is they don't want to break the news because it's hard, so they try and beat around the bush, or they try to like divert things, but it makes things like worse when you do that. Like that's one thing that I've learned. It's just better to rip the band-aid off in like the vast majority of cases. But like that's also not something that you really like intuitively know. Because like I know a lot of people will go out of their way to like try to soften the blow out of like the interest of the other person, but they don't really realize that that's just doing more harm than anything. The whole story in short is that he came into your city late already drunk and was on an overdose of it and messaged you. You're gonna wait till everyone sleeps to go find out and to go out and get him, but literally fell asleep sitting because you already did that the day before because he overdosed the day before as well. One of the other kids didn't sleep, so you fell asleep first. Yeah. And in the morning, just woke up. I saw he hadn't messaged anything since midnight and immediately ran down to get the attending person to call the police. His last message was, hey, there's a weird van at the store, be careful. What the fuck? Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, I don't even know what I would do in that situation. But no, that's fucking brutal. You didn't even want to call them and threaten me that I better not either. The fuck? But you did anyways, and call them. And they first didn't believe me and you called the mother. Anyways, yeah, he wasn't there, so then they spent the whole day looking for him. God. No, like that's always the fucking worst. When you've got shit like that people are trying to downplay constantly. It's like, oh no, 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 don't worry, don't you don't have to call anybody, you don't have to do anything, it's all under control, just let us handle it. He'll show up eventually, yada yada yada. No, that shit pisses me off. I've seen a lot of behavior like that. Not often with like things as serious as that, but with a lot of things that I would really rather have not. Police coming by every few hours asking me things, and I was just in bed in stress all day. Yeah. In the evening, one of the other kids came in with his secret phone. We all had one. Showed me his class group chat with a news article. Jesus. He ran down to ask if it's true what they said. They said, yeah. They didn't want to tell me till the next day after school. Again, literally still your classmate. Yeah, so you would have found out when you went to school anyway. So the options were either tell you, and then, of course, send you back into school because they don't give a shit, or just like send you in blind, already stressing the fuck out on like the verge of your own like incident, and then just like have your classmates tell you about it and just like have that wash over you. Yeah, no, that's fucking bullshit. Next morning, the group leader literally made me go to school regardless, and you did. When you got there, the first thing was another classmate asking me where he is. When the teacher came, you immediately asked her if you can go back and asked you why. Teacher didn't know yet. They didn't tell the teacher the fuck was going on. What? Teacher was nice though, and she drove you and the other student home herself. Class was only 5 kids, 2 of which never showed up. Jesus. I mean, good on that teacher for at least like having that level of empathy. But like, holy shit. She learned about it a few minutes after you told her because the principal came. It was a whole shit show. Oh my god, yeah, I can only imagine. Like, were they just disorganized? Or like, what the fuck was going on there? There's a lot of more things that happened after he died. Funeral drama and all that. Oh, yeah. No, shit always comes out at the funeral. Yeah, that's another thing that I've learned. You have suddenly 1,001 opinions on what X or Y should have done. Or like, oh, if only I knew I would have done this. Like, yeah, sure you would have. No, I'm no stranger to the funeral drama. It was November 5th. You got out of the group November 22nd. Do you think it was because school simply didn't open earlier? Really? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's fucked. A lot of things happened in that group, to be honest. Yeah, I would imagine so. Our group is also why you got your PTSD diagnosis. Why you get hallucinations. Yeah. Yeah, no, really, really doing a world of good for you. That group. Still, though, I'm glad you got out of that shit. Like, the fact that that is kind of the only alternative for a lot of people is, distressing, to put it lightly. Like, because I know over here, like, we've got stuff like that as well. And, like, that's kind of just the go to with, like, problem children or whatever the fuck they want to call them. So they just kind of get shoved into a box and, like, shoot out of the way for a few years. And then, like, if they're still there when someone decides to go check on the box, and, like, cool. But if not, then, like, nobody really seems to care. As you told CPS that putting me there was not going to work for you. You knew it wouldn't. They did anyways. They already said if you fail the group, you'll get put in a closed mental hospital. Yeah, those are the options. Try your best at our like broken ass system, or we'll just go and like shove you in a fucking hole. Like what we used to do back in like the fucking 1700s. I mean, that's not really true for children back then. They would just kind of leave you in an actual ditch, but you get the idea. EVH German CPS fucked you up so hard, almost everything that happened was their fault. Yeah, see, like that's the thing, is like you don't have the resources or the people that care enough to like actually do anything. And like that sort of shit is what turns like manageable issues and like solvable problems at the time into like this like fucking lifelong shit that you have to deal with. Like, it's insane to me. Like they put a little bit more resources behind, you know, more effective programs than just like leave your problem child in a box for a month. And actually had like people that care and actually pay the people who actually care. Then like so many of these problems just would stop. People literally refuse to listen to anything you said, all because your parents always told them you're a liar and problematic. I take a guess who were always right when he said, hey, what will do more harm than good? Hey, that'll do more harm than good. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, that's another thing that pisses me off. I kind of touched on that earlier as well. But like there is this massive stigma of like any sort of problematic child, kind of like whatever background they're from, if they're like stuck in like the foster system or if they've had like, you know, interactions with the police or, like mental health emergencies or anything like that. The first thing that people always do is they always like put the label of like liar on those kids. Like that's almost always the first place that goes. Group home had one good guy working there, but he left in October. I missed him, TBH. He actually cared and was such a good person to have there. You'll have the origami fishy he made you. See, like that makes me want to cry a little bit. Like I'm glad that somebody good was there, but at the same time, like there was probably a lot of reasons that he left, right? And the fact that things are allowed to get that bad, and like just be no oversight for shit like that, and just like things are left to get worse and worse and worse. Yeah, like I wouldn't blame him for leaving either, because like I've been in bad workplaces before, and like you have to leave, but like God, it sucks for everybody else. I mean, it sucks for everybody regardless, but it especially sucks when you lose somebody good like that. That's like actually making a difference. And you sure a kid might lie about some things, but if a kid will literally fight you on something, there's something wrong. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like lying is a learned behavior, right? Like kids lie because they learn that that's how they get what they want. So like even if a kid is lying to you, there's a reason for it. Like it could just be something as simple as like they want the attention or whatever, but most of the time it's because there's something going on and they're trying to avoid something. And that is still worth listening to, even if you do think they're lying. like you were saying, sometimes, when they get like that defensive about it, it turns out that they're usually not lying. When your roommates had you had were was very aggressive, you remember he had to literally sit and guard the stairs just so she wouldn't go up the stairs because she wanted to beat you up. God damn. Yeah, and the fact that like there's nothing like he could have really done outside of that, right? Because like everybody, everybody in that home is fucked. Like everybody in the group has issues. Like that's the reason that they're there. Like depending on like how in control you are of those issues, notwithstanding. But like she did bruise your ribs and stuff. To be honest, she shouldn't have been there. She was 19. Oh shit, yeah, no, that's a whole other can of worms. Where you've got just like such poor management that like institutions and like facilities specifically meant for children are just kind of being used by layovers who, to be clear, never got the care and attention that they needed when they were children. But now that they've aged out, they become significantly more dangerous to the kids who are still there. Which that isn't good either, right? Besides her, the oldest was 16, you were 14. Jesus. Yeah. Now, the fact that that was allowed to happen, and the fact that she was like sharing a room with you as well, like, no matter how you look at it, that's a recipe for disaster. Like, no one with any, like, inkling of how shit works would have let that happen. It wasn't in your room. You had your own. Okay. Well, I mean, that's good at least. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, when you said roommate, I wasn't sure, but okay. No, at least you had, like, your own space that you were presumably safe in. That's better. That's still not good, but that's better. The way the house was built, it was the ground floor for basics, first floor with some rooms, and the attic with two rooms. Wasn't safe in your room. You were in the attic with your neighbor being a kid you were neutral with. She wasn't even technically supposed to come up to our rooms. I mean, yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, ground rules would have been like, don't go visiting like other kids, like by and large. Only you and the other kid were supposed to be up there because it was your area. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, no, like those are your quarters. You're supposed to be up there. There's nothing up there besides your rooms and a tiny hallway connecting to the stairs. Her room was below yours. Okay. Is that she gave you PTSD over spiders? You think the worst she ever did was she was having to be wrestled down in your doorway by two adults while she was yelling to beat me up and kill you? No, very safe in the room, totally. Oh yeah, yeah, no, no, totally a safe space. For sure, 100%. Jesus fucking Christ. No, when you get to the point where like you need multiple people to wrangle somebody in like a kid's home, they probably shouldn't be in there anymore. Always be mad at her for everything she did. I mean, that's fair. That's a incredibly reasonable thing to be angry at. That the entire day hitting you when no one was looking. And the one time I went back to your room, she kicked you so hard in the ribs, you fell off the chair. You didn't even get punished for anything ever. They always excused it with her mental health. I mean, yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like as soon as you end up in a spot like that, like people like her are suddenly a lost cause. But doing anything about it is too much work. So people with severe anger issues and violent tendencies are just kind of labeled as like, oh, like we can't do anything. They're just gonna be the way that they're gonna be. There's nothing we can do yet. You need to wait until they actually kill somebody before we can actually take action. It was a literal danger to a child. Is insane. Yeah, no, like when you stop and like lay it all out like that was a literal adult housed in a group full of children in which she was literally abusing at least one of the kids in said group. No, like any amount of like real oversight should not have let that sort of thing happen. Let alone like keep letting it happen after the fact. Literally one day went around with a knife, one of those Halloween hacker masks pretending to stab us, saying she will stab us. Literal actual kitchen knife. Only there for 3 months and you shouldn't have that amount of stories. Yeah, no. That yeah. Considering that's a place they sent you to like deal with the issues, right? Or at least like stop the issues from happening, however the fuck they wanted to justify that one. Like the fact that that was like where things got you and things were only that much worse, that on its own is already like fucking a tragedy that the system can just fail people like that. Let alone the fact that, stuff like that can just like keep happening while you're there and like nobody does anything. Like I would have lost my fucking mind if I was in a spot like that. more fucked up after than before. Oh yeah. Yep. No, I believe you 100%. At least they didn't have the nerve to actual pull through with the threat of pulling you in the closed mental. I mean, like that's a real thin silver lining, if ever I heard one. But yeah, I mean, at least that is true. At least they didn't lock you away. You would have actually become the villain if they did that. I mean, yeah. I mean, not gonna go and make excuses for people who do shitty things, but there's usually a reason why they do shitty things in the first place, and it's not usually for things that they have control over. So again, I wouldn't have blamed you. Especially like you were self-aware of your issues the whole time. Or always went, yeah, I have these issues and those reactions to said things. Yeah, like that's the thing is like when you have somebody that's like that cooperative and self-aware of the problems, like you'd think that would be the easiest possible situation to go out and like actually, you know, do some good with that, help them through the issues, or like at the very least like show them like the right direction. They first well, don't think you could hear them talk about you, and secondly, straight up called you a liar about those while following up with saying that you have the exact things you said. Oh god. Yeah, no, that shit is infuriating. That is far, far too many people who do that kind of shit. And the fact that those end up in positions where they have to look after, at-risk kids, is appalling. In one breath, say like you're a liar and everything you say is blown out of proportion, or you're just like trying to get attention, or whatever the fuck. And then, of course, behind closed doors, they're like, "Oh yeah, no, this kid is so far gone." Or also, "Hey, I have these issues," and they go, "Oh, that's your phone or your PC." No, my repeated nightmares are not just because I play shitty romance with your friends till 1 a.m. No, no, that's the coping mechanism. That is not the reason for that shit. That's the shit that's keeping you sane. At least in my experience, that's how that shit goes. Like, you do not engage with roleplay with your buds at like 1 o'clock in the morning because because you don't want to, right? Can't have nightmares if you don't sleep. Oh, there we go. See, that's the real trick. You got the next level coping strategy. Oh, okay, I would love to continue this more, but my throat is starting to fail me, and more gross things are happening to my skin. So I think I will have to call it here. But I do genuinely appreciate the conversation that we're having. Because this is the sort of shit that people just need to talk about more, and kind of need to be okay with talking about more. It's like we were talking about stigmas earlier. Like this is another one of those. Like it's weird that people get so uncomfortable around it, despite like also recognizing how important it is to talk about. And like I can appreciate that it's uncomfortable, but like it's still important to go over. At this point, you just use these stories as lore. They don't actively affect you anymore. I mean, that's good. Like I am glad to hear about that. But the fact that you had to go and be subjected to that in the first place is still distressing, you know? The story can tell it to me. I mean, like I get that. Like I do get it. It's like I also have some stories like that, but it's also one of those things that like there's a line, right? Not even half of your lore yet. Oh, I bet. No, you strike me as somebody who's definitely seen some shit. But also at the same time, like the fact that that just kind of happens to people, it kind of rubs me the wrong way, you know? You know, so you're glad that you can get over things faster. I mean, like, that is like the one good thing about these sorts of things, right? Is like when you do make it out the other end, like, at least you've got some, like, resilience, I guess. It sounds like insulting to put it that way, but you do get like a certain toughness to situations like that, where a lot of other things after the fact just kind of wash right off of you. Being self aware can be helpful to go faster in certain ways. Absolutely. Like being self aware, I'd say is like generally beneficial. There are unfortunately a lot of situations where like being self aware can kind of create roadblocks for you. Like especially when you're trying to find like specific avenues of help. People don't really like interact with self awareness all that well, but like by and large, I still think it's preferable. You still have the issues, but you understand them. It can be frustrating. Yeah, like it's an important first step, kind of like regardless of what happens down the line. But like I find like with mental health, not broadly, but like largely in like the experience that I have with it, the mental health professionals want to tell you what's wrong with you. They don't want to be told what's wrong with you. Because you know what is wrong. You know why, but you can't stop it. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? He's like, you do still need help. And you can recognize that you need help because you can't solve the problem that you have identified on your own. But the problem is like it takes a while for people to get on the same page as you if they even want to begin with, and that can be slow and awkward. Make it very helpless when you know what is wrong already. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Is like, I don't know what it is on their end. Maybe it's just like you're skipping the steps, like you're not doing the method. If somebody already comes in knowing what's wrong with them, or at least having like an idea of what's wrong with them. So like you don't really have like the whole, like you haven't gone through like the whole research period, so you don't have all your tools, so that you can't really tell them what to do, like how to fix that. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that shit. And like oftentimes it's people with just like ego trips in positions of power being like, "Oh no, fuck you. You don't get to tell me what's wrong with you. I will tell you what's wrong with you." And that is sometimes just the end of it. Do you hate sometimes having issues knowing you can't do anything about them? I mean, yeah, that's reasonable. Like considering like there's so many things that we do have control over our lives, at least like personally, maybe not like on like a larger scale, but you can usually have like some kind of control over like how you look or how you act in a lot of situations, like what you think, the kind of things that you value. When you kind of run up to like a mental wall like that, that can absolutely be frustrating. You see that it's broken, you know that it's broke, you don't know how to fix it, you just have to watch it be broken. Yeah, and I mean that can also be like a feedback loop as well, right? Because whenever you run into that like mental wall where you see that something is broken, there's nothing you can really do about it. Just having to sit there and stare at the broken part of you can in itself be frustrating. And like that can also lead to more issues compounding on top of that. So it's a bad cycle of just getting like more and more in your own head. And like that's kind of where like the self-awareness can start to be a problem. We often have self-destructive behaviors and you can't stop them. Yeah, it just depends on like how self-aware you are about them. Because like I know like the more self-aware I am with like particular things that I know are bad for me, like you kind of have like this wrestling match in your head of like whether you should feel guilty or frustrated, like how bad you should feel about the fact that you're doing these things that you know is bad for you. There's also like the other side of you that's like, no, like I want to do this. This is like a decision that I am making. And it's like trying to like find like where the truth is on like how in control you are of those actions. Doesn't work that easily. The most common is like self manipulation and knowing you're doing it. Yeah, yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it too. Where like you're like aware, like peripherally, like it's out of focus, but you are aware that you are doing things deliberately to elicit specific reactions from yourself, like behaviors and routines and stuff like that. Like when you're like actively forcing yourself to follow specific things because you know it like avoids bad behaviors or stuff that you don't want. Like that can feel kind of bad. But at the same time it's like even worse when you like catch yourself doing that, like following like bad avenues of thought, right? Where you kind of like start to recognize the road that you're going down mentally while you're heading towards something that you don't want to do. But you're already down the road. So it can be very difficult for you to like stop yourself or like make any like notable change at that point because everything's already habit. I don't know. That's just like my perspective on things anyway. I don't know how much of that is a universal thing and how much of that is just like the way that I've interpreted how my brain works. Also, sucky is being depressed, literally right away in bed or something, knowing you are, but you can't change it. Yeah, no, that's also like a huge thing. I think that's something that like more people nowadays might be able to kind of empathize with a little bit more than like maybe some other issues. Self awareness is pain, but in my opinion, better than not knowing. Yeah, I mean, like by and large, that's kind of been my mentality. Is it's better to know than not to know. It's better to try and find like the most true thing than it is to not. Like, I don't know. It's a weird mentality because like it can be really shitty most of the time. But like at least when you know like facts, you can use those facts to like lean yourself in more productive directions when you're able to. Rather know what's wrong with you and able to analyze it. But that's also just me for the most part. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of people who just want, like, yeah, hey, can you medicate this so I don't have to deal with this problem? And they will take the medicine 10 times out of 10. And, like, that's all they want. They just want to, like, go back to the things that are important to them in life rather than, like, try to piece together what's already wrong with them. Just different, like, ways of thinking about it. I'm a little bit more predisposed to the analyzing bit personally, but again, I don't know. That's also like a personal experience. I don't think I would like necessarily shit on somebody for going like the other route. You just figure out a functional coping mechanism. I mean, like that's kind of life, right? Like we did that shit as kids, kind of subconsciously. Just kind of develop ways to survive. And like I don't think there's anything wrong with coping mechanisms necessarily, like broadly. Specific coping mechanisms, absolutely. There are some that are better for you than others, and there are a lot that can do a lot of different damage. You were medicated when you were 5 up until like 11 or 12. You don't like it. Remember how much you hated it and how it made you feel? Like, yeah, like that's the thing. It's like when you've got like brain meds, like you are a different person when you're on those. And like so many people that I've talked to are just like, no, I don't like who I am when I'm on that stuff. And I think that's valid. I think that's absolutely fair. Like, do I think that those medications should not exist? No. Like there's a lot of people that I've met as well who like at least when they become adults, they'll tell me that they prefer how they are when they're medicated. But like at that point it comes down to like a personal choice. Like it's a matter of autonomy. Changed you so much and it did leave permanent changes you're very upset over still. Yeah, I mean, and that's like the worst bit, right? Is like they'll heavily medicate people like yourself for like ADHD or like any other number of things. When you're like still a small child, like 5 years old is way too young to be medicated over like potential medical issues. Like nothing life threatening, just like behavioral disorders, right? Like, I don't think you should medicate kids for that. Like, find healthier outlets for them. Like, try and find, like, more, like, holistic ways to manage that. And then, like, if when you're an adult, if you decide that that's something that you want to do on your own for yourself, then, like, sure. Like, I think that should be available to you to try. Like, if you're struggling that much. With, like, 5 milligrams, but they upped the dose so fast and much, it was insane. Yeah, no, like, that's another thing. is like, I think it's less the case now than it used to be. But when like we were kids, like there was definitely a lot of push just to like, oh, just like throw the kid on Ritalin or whatever, just give them like, like the middle range dose for a little while, and if that doesn't straighten them out, just give them the max dose after like a couple of weeks. And there was a lot of kids that I knew that were like that too. By the time you quit it yourself, you were just a few milligrams away from medical overdose, and that's insane. Like, very few things should be given to kids at like the max dose. As you had weren't even legal anymore because of the amount of side effects. Yeah, no, like that's the other thing is like the amount of like behavioral correction drugs that we push out and just like give to kids. And then after like not even like a year of it being on the market, there's like studies out being like, yeah, no, like these have a lot of side effects. These are gonna do like a lot of damage to kids. And like not even just mental, but like other parts of the body as well. Like, there's a bunch of meds that'll like kill your liver, give you like increased chance of heart disease, cancer, all these other things. On top of like all the like chemical alterations that it does to your brain, which can fuck you up plenty fine just on their own. Migraines are the side effect. I mean, yeah, no, like that is also a thing. All right, hold on. I'm getting text messages. I need to go for like 2 seconds. I will be right back. I'm not gonna go yet. Okay, I'm back. Roommate's package just arrived, so I had to go grab it for them. Yeah, no, where was I? What was I bitching about? Oh yeah, like side effects and shit. No, like lots of people that I've like worked with and like friends of mine and stuff like that always tell me about like the crazy side effects that they've had to deal with. Whew, I'm out of breath now. That's my side effect, but that's because I'm like horrendously out of shape. But no, like luckily I haven't had to deal with that personally. But even just like seeing how people change when they're on medication kind of scares me a little bit. And it gives me a bad vibe. Even when they like it. Even when they say that they prefer it that way. I don't know, it makes me like weirdly uncomfortable. If that makes any sense. You get mad every time you remember that you have migraines for the rest of your life because you were forced on meds, and you mean forced. Your mother literally had to shove the pills into you like a cat. Yeah, see, like that upsets me. That upsets me a lot. Cause like there are instances where like you do kind of need to force a kid to take medication and stuff. Like I remember I was like that when I was small and I had my like when my chronic pneumonia was really bad, right? Like I did have to have my parents force feed me the medication for that. But that was like a very cut and dry case. Like I needed that, otherwise I was going to drown in my own lungs, right? Like very clear A to B. With something like behavioral meds, like that shit is insane. Also, pills dissolving in your mouth taste horrible. Yes, yes, it does. Yes, yes, it absolutely does. I remember the when I was on the pills for my like bacterial pneumonia when I was like 12, whenever that happened, because I was on liquid before then. But when I was like 12 or so, they decided to like put me on pills instead. And I'm terrible at taking pills. Like I cannot stand them. I could not work at a glory hole. My gag reflex is like hypersensitive. But I just remember like the fucking taste of these pills were like a combination of like soggy paper towel and vomit with just like this chemical like burn. They were horrible. I hated them. Imagine having a gag reflex. Yeah, see that's the one plus side of taking pills all your life, right? You just kind of train yourself for that. But yeah. Anyways, let's keep it at that. Yeah, 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 for sure. Yeah, we take the silver linings where we can get them. And take pills properly until you were like 14. Yeah, I mean, like I remember they used to have to like grind up my medication and like slip it into like juice for me when I was a kid. I remember it got really bad to the point where like yeah, it got to the point when I was like 12 or so where they started buying me Dr. Pepper, which like in my household like any sort of soda was like a no-go. But they started buying me some of that to take with the medication because like the carbonation and all the sugar and everything would just like overload my senses and I'd be able to like take the meds without much of an issue, which didn't work on a number of levels because the like the soda would like break down the medication, and also like grinding up the pills and stuff wouldn't really work because they were supposed to be delayed release and all that stuff. But anyway, all that stuff aside, they used to do that. And now as an adult I have a caffeine addiction, which, we're literally sobbing and fighting just to not have to take the meds when I was like 6. And they did try everything, putting it in the yogurt and honey and everything they could find. Yeah, no, see that yeah. No, that shit sucks. I remember one time, I can't remember what the pills were for, but they were trying to like force feed me something and I wasn't having it. So I remember this one memory of like basically being like held down in a kitchen chair and like they forced the pills in my mouth and they gave me like a glass of wine that my parents had been drinking and like tried to force that down my throat. And now to this day, like I can't still stand the smell of wine. Like I have no idea what happened after that. Like my memory of that incident ends like me like choking up and like making a massive mess all over myself, spitting out the wine. Everything after that like is a blur. Hated how you felt on meds. Yeah, like when you're like that young and you can tell already that like no, I don't like how I feel like this. Like that should be a huge red flag for the adults involved. You even have to take them on weekends and holidays. Yeah, see, like that's I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I mean, I don't like the behavioral correction stuff in the like in the environment of like education, so that like the kid will just like sit there quietly and like let the information fall into their head or whatever, or like however the fuck that's supposed to work. But like especially like outside of that, I feel like there's like zero reason for that to be done. Like I've seen some bad kids. And by bad kids I mean like energetic or like out there kids. But not bad kids, just like, you know, high energy. And like if I was their parent, I wouldn't like consider putting them on medication. Would have a kid and it would fight me over a pill that hard over a pill and not just the whole swallowing part, but the actual effects, I'd stop. Yeah, no, like that's the thing. Is like taking pills as a kid sucks. Taking pills as an adult sucks. But, you know, when you're an adult, you kind of have to have the tools to deal with that shit. But no, like if a kid is telling you that they don't like how the medicine makes them feel after, and like they're telling you that something is wrong there, like that is huge. Like a kid isn't just gonna like make up that stuff. Side note: how do I crop a canvas in Clip Studio? File. Oh no, it's in Edit. I'm sorry, I was thinking of Krita. Edit up at the top. Change canvas size down here, down about like midways, about where my head sits, and it'll give you like the crop options. There is also the window here if you want to do like perfect numbers or whatever, but you don't have to do that. You can just do the slidey bits. 6 year old is literally screaming, fighting you how the pills make them feel, and that's just red flags. Oh yeah, no, like that's huge. No, no, like a kid is not gonna just like come up with that shit on their own. Like if a kid is telling you that like the medicine is making them feel wrong, then the medicine is making them feel wrong and you need to stop. They want to draw the hand so it's going off the canvas. A true artist right there. Okay. No, we're not going to save that abomination. I hate that. That can go away. All right. Well, my throat is now screaming at me. My roommates should be back shortly, so they're going to need help with the package. Somebody went and got themselves a new 3D printer. So we're going to mess around with that later. Also, I need to eat something today. So I'm going to go do that. But again, I wanted to say thank you again for the conversation. You know, this was good. I enjoyed this. Ooh, what kind? Give me technical data. I will give you technical data when I have the technical data. The technical data that I currently have is that the box is heavy as fuck. Because I had to drag it in from outside. That's all I know. But no, I'll get the technical deets for you and I'll give that to you next time. Now, I might even take pictures if we manage to get it set up. Yeah, they tend to do that. That's true. I guess that doesn't really narrow it down. Anyway, I'm going to leave you. Thank you for keeping me company. Thanks for the conversations and all that. I will be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll do like more structured art. Maybe I'll just be like a fucking zombie again tomorrow. We'll see. I'm not gonna make any promises. You want to see the art you're doing when it's done? Yes, I do want to see your art when it's done. So send me that shit. Absolutely. 100%. I'm gonna leave you for now. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.